Chapter 81. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Heavy footsteps were heard in the distance. In the dimly lit supermarket, there was no electricity and all the lights were off. A white light shone into the interior of the supermarket from the direction of the entrance. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. A huge turkey suddenly appeared in the light, a large bug stripped of its skin on the turkey's back. Her tiny eyes swept swiftly over the supermarket and found Tang Mo and the others. There was a strange smile on her face as she said happily, "My children, have you finally lined up?" The big turkey's greedy eyes swept across each player's face. She couldn't help swallowing the saliva in her mouth but also showed her love for her children. This type of loving and greedy eyes made the big turkey look funny. She said, "Coo, are you hungry? Mother has brought you a delicious bug." Bang! The big bug was thrown to the ground and smashed in front of the players. The bug wasn't dead. It was skinned by the turkey and desperately twisted on the ground. The big turkey stepped on its head, the pointed claws embedding in the bug's flesh and causing it to scream in pain. The two girls were unable to endure this scene and both of them turned to vomit. The blonde boy was also pale and Ningning held out her hand to block him from looking. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo watched from a distance. Xiao Jitong looked at the miserable bug before raising his head. "Mother, we already know how to line up." The big turkey was surprised. "Then hurry to line up and let mother feed you this bug." No one in the supermarket talked anymore. The order of the queue had been discussed before the players separated. The first time they lined up would be the order in which they entered the instance. The two little girls were the first to enter the instance and the short-haired girl was the first. She trembled at the front of the line. Then there was the Xiao Jitong trio and they lined up in a row. The short-haired girl was standing in front of the big turkey and she was so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit. Tang Mo was the sixth person and he quickly walked over, with Fu Wenduo behind him. All 7 players were lined up. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the big turkey. His gaze was on the turkey's facing, trying to perceive a clue from the pointed mouth and tiny eyes. Tang Mo didn't miss a single one of the turkey's expressions whenever a player walked up. The same was true for Fu Wenduo who also carefully observed the changes in the big turkey. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had returned to the meats area. Tang Mo found Xiao Jitong and got straight to the point. There are 2 possibilities. First, the turkey doesn't know the correct order and only the black tower knows. When we stand in the right order, the black tower will speak. Second, the turkey knows the correct order. When we are lining up, we should look at her expressions and see if we can find any information from expression changes. Xiao Jitong showed a hint of surprise when he heard this and he looked deeply at Tang Mo. At this time, the short-haired high school student said, "Ah, Captain Xiao just said this. The turkey might become violent or expose information, so Captain Xiao told up to line up one by one and not to line up together." Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong who smiled back at him in tacit agreement. Things were settled. There were 7 players and 7 positions. If the turkey wasn't on guard, she might show some special emotions when a player stands in the right place. Tang Mo's eyes didn't move from the big turkey but unfortunately, the big turkey stared at the players with starving eyes from beginning to end, not showing any other emotions. Fu Wenduo stood behind Tang Mo and leaned forward to whisper, "There are no changes." Fu Wenduo received special training and his reconnaissance ability was very strong. Among the 7 players, he was the most likely to discover any abnormalities in the turkey. Tang Mo's voice was calm. "It is likely that none of us are standing in the right positions. It is also possible that she doesn't know the real order." Fu Wenduo said, "Or maybe she doesn't care about players standing in the right position." The 2 of them exchanged opinions quickly. Once the turkey saw Fu Wenduo take his position, she made a strange cooing sound and lowered her head. The short-haired girl was in front of the turkey. She fearfully grabbed her companion's hand behind her and stared at the strange turkey in front of her. The next second, a sharp laugh was heard. "I told you to line up. You. Why aren't you lining up?" The players' expressions sank and they held their weapons. The two female students standing in front were scared and turned to run. Then the turkey raised her head. Tang Mo was surprised to see the big turkey's eyes suddenly turn blood red. She was excited as she looked at the backs of the two running students and fiercely pushed off from the ground. A clear child's voice was heard at the same time. "Ding dong. Players have lined up wrong and the big turkey will become schizophrenic," opening the side game. "Eagle catches the chicks. The game time is 1 hour. After the beep, the countdown will begin. Beep. 3599, 3598, 3597. Xiao Jitong cried out loudly, "Run." The 7 players had already turned and fled. Xiao Jitong's trip ran in 3 different directions while the 2 little girls also scattered in different directions according to previous instructions. There was only one turkey, so scattering was a way to ensure the players' safety as much as possible. But Xiao Jitong had clearly underestimated the strength of the big turkey after the transformation. The 2 little girls started running with the turkey first laughed. However, they had only run 10 meters when the timid girls started behind chased by the big turkey. The huge claws came from the rear and mercilessly struck the back of a girl. Sharp claws tore the female high school student's clones and drew 3 deep scratches that revealed the bones. Ah! The girl was slammed into the wall by the big turkey and 2 pieces of flesh fell down. The girl coughed up blood and the turkey watched her excited, uttering high-pitched sounds. The next second, it turned around and chased the next person. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo hadn't split up. After seeing this scene, Tang Mo realized a horrible thing and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. They rushed up the electric staircase to the 2nd floor of the supermarket at the fastest speed. The big turkey was about to catch up with the 2nd female student. The short-haired girl was running in horror. She was a little calmer than her companion and kept throwing knives behind her while running away in order to slow down the turkey. However, the turkey was faster than her and caught up in 3 seconds. At this time, cheerful music was heard in the supermarket. "La la la la, I am an expert at selling newspapers." The actions of the big turkey momentarily paused and she looked down at her feet. She saw a yellow newspaper that her huge feet had stepped on. Then the newspaper exuded a faint white light. Suddenly, the newspaper tore apart and the bloody red eyes of the turkey immediately looked up. She saw countless brick-like thick newspapers fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the big turkey was buried in the newspaper pile that pushed down 3 shelves. The short-haired girl rushed to escape. The black tower was still counting down in a pleasant voice, 3539, 3538. 1 minute had passed. Tang Mo saw countless newspapers bury the big turkey. He and Fu Wenduo hurried to the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The 2 men directly ran to an employee's office that they had previously found, locked the door and hid. 1 minute was enough for 7 players to split up and escape. Tang Mo panted quickly as he said, "Just now, it was a prop." Fu Wenduo agreed. It was a one-time prop. Before the newspapers fell down, the newspaper that the big turkey stepped on disappeared. Tang Mo nodded. However, it bought time. The girl deliberately went there because she knew the position of the trap that the little boy had laid. If the turkey hadn't stepped on the prop and fell into the trap, the girl would be as badly wounded as her companion. Tang Mo stopped and turned to Fu Wenduo. "How bad do you think it is?" Fu Wenduo was silent. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had played many games together. Whether it was Pinocchio or the Iron Shoemaker, Fu Wenduo didn't react much. But this time was a bit different. Fu Wenduo said, "The big turkey is very weak, much weaker than her cousin. If there wasn't the lightning strike, we could kill her at any time even without our abilities. But after she turns into an eagle, she is very strong. Her speed isn't slower than Pinocchio and she is much more powerful. Tang Mo recalled the situation he had just seen. The eagle state might not be weaker than the iron shoemaker. The most important thing is that our abilities are blocked and our physical fitness has declined. I feel that my speed and strength are only one half of what they previously were. What about you? I am almost the same. Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo fighting together might not necessarily beat the iron shoemaker. They had a big change when combined with Xiao Jitong, Ningning and their props. However, they had no abilities and their physical strength was limited by this instance. Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo cooperating might save their lives but it was impossible to kill the big turkey. The Black Tower's countdown was still continuing. The big turkey was buried in the newspaper hill for 2 minutes. There was no sound in the supermarket as all 7 players found hiding spots and avoided appearing. A minute later, a dull voice came from the supermarket floor. Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo walked to the door, placing their ears against it. It was as if heavy objects had hit the ground. The turkey had clearly pushed away the newspapers that had hit her. Suddenly, "Coo! Where are you? I will eat you, eat all of you." There was a loud noise and the newspaper hill was completely pushed away by the big turkey. She screamed angrily and frantically searched the supermarket. The supermarket was very big but the big turkey was fast. She was like a lightning bolt, huge but not cumbersome as she ran through the first floor of the supermodel. Once she ran to the supermarket's bakery, she had run 2 meters when she suddenly stopped. The turkey stopped at the shelves and didn't move. 2 seconds later, she let out a slow chuckle. Then she turned and looked into the dark bakery. A second later, a shout was heard, "Fucking turkey." A small figure came out of the bakery. The blonde boy ran out of the bakery with the sinister big turkey behind him. The little boy's physical fitness wasn't as good as an adult and his ability was also restricted. He only ran 2 steps when he was caught by the turkey, a nail cutting his throat. At this moment, a silver ray shot from a distance. The turkey leaned her head back to escape the knife, causing the knife to slam into the wall. In the study supplies section on the first floor of the supermarket, a woman in black stood and stared coldly at the big turkey. 1 human and 1 turkey looked at each other like this. The next second, the 2 moved and rushed towards each other. The banging sound constantly rang out on the first floor of the supermarket and soon reached the second floor. Ningning waved a slender silver knife to block the claws of the turkey. However, she was smashed by the strong force and flew into a wall. There were no wounds on the turkey while Ningning was covered in blood. She panted as she leaned against the wall but the turkey didn't give her time to rest, directly rushing over. Ningning quickly moved to the side to avoid this blow. The big turkey smiled and unexpectedly waved the huge wings towards her head. Ningning's eyes widened. She couldn't dodge so she placed her knife in front of her, intending to block. At this moment, the big turkey suddenly stopped her actions and stepped backwards. The sound was slower than the bullet. There was a gunshot in the supermarket as a bullet pierced the wall. This shot was so accurate that it forced the big turkey to stop. The big turkey turned her head, red eyes staring fiercely into the depths of the supermarket. The next moment, 2 figures broke through a door and flew out of the room. Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo took 2 different directions as they attacked the big turkey. Ningning froze for a moment before soon recovering and wielding the long knife to join the team attacking the big turkey. The speed of the 3 people were extremely fast, with Ningning's speed unexpectedly being the fastest. She was like a fish, relying on her flexibility to attack the big turkey. Fu Wen duo was the main attack force as he constantly sealed the movements of the big turkey with his gun. The turkey angrily stretched out her claws towards Fu Wen duo, while Tang Mo read a spell and the pink parasol appeared in front of Fu Wen duo. It opened and blocked the front of Fu Wenduo's body. The claws of the big turkey struck the small parasol. Tang Mo was shocked and fell backwards. Fu Wenduo grabbed his hand and pulled him back. The two people glanced at each other and understood their meaning. Then Ningning shouted, "Go to the first floor. Xiao Qiao is ready." Tang Mo closed the small parasol and stabbed the big turkey. Fu Wenduo moved behind him and attacked from the other direction. He stepped on the wings of the big turkey. The big turkey avoided Tang Mo's parasol while waving her wings to keep Fu Wenduo away. Fu Wenduo cried out, "Tang Mo. Okay." Fu Wenduo waved his fingers and a dark dagger appeared in his hands. He held the dagger and pointed it at the big turkey's wings. At the same time, Tang Mo opened the parasol. The big turkey stared at Fu Wenduo's dagger with horror and tried to avoid it. But Fu Wenduo was too fast to be avoided. The seemingly ordinary black dagger marked the wings of the big turkey. Tang Mo's small parasol hadn't caused any injuries to her, yet this dagger easily cut the wings of the big turkey, causing her to scream in pain and anger. Ku. At this time, Tang Mo completely opened the parasol and arrived in front of the big turkey. He looked at Fu Wenduo and Fu Wenduo looked at him. Fu Wenduo reached out a hand and grabbed the parasol's handle with Tang Mo. The two people pushed hard, mercilessly pushing the big turkey down from the second floor of the supermarket. There was a bang as the big turkey fell from the second floor to the first floor. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Ningning held the stairs with one hand and jumped down. Far away in the frozen foods area, a blond boy waved his hands. "Here, over here." The Tang Mo trio glanced at each other and rushed to attack the big turkey, who was gradually recovering. The big turkey appeared more cautious after having her wings cut by Fu Wenduo. She was no longer careless and always paid attention to Fu Wenduo's dagger, not giving him the opportunity to attack. The three people fought the big turkey, pushing her towards the little boy. The turkey became aware that something was wrong, realizing that it wouldn't be good if this continued. She suddenly turned to look at Ningning. The blood-red eyes stared at Ningning, causing her heart to tighten. She no longer attacked the turkey with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, turning to flee. But how could the turkey let her run? Ku. The turkey pursued Ningning with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo chasing behind her. Tang Mo cried out, "Run to that place." Okay. Ningning nodded and ran to the blonde boy. With her speed, she would surely be caught by the big turkey before she made it. The blonde boy discovered the problem and his expression changed. He picked up a piece of red jade from the ground and shouted, "Captain, come and help." The little boy ran to Ningning and the big turkey. The big turkey was just about to overtake Ningning when the little boy threw the red stone, smashing it into the turkey's body. The moment that the stone landed on the big turkey, the place where it turned to stone. The turkey had a big palm-shaped place on her chest that became stone, but this stone was soon returned to its original state. The little boy shouted, "Captain." Whoosh! Tang Mo saw a black figure slipping across the ground, a dark object in his hand. Looking closely, it seemed to be a kite wheel. Xiao Jitong moved from the second floor to the first floor. Before the stone on the big turkey's chest completely returned to normal, he ran to the position where the little boy just stood and threw the kite wheel forward. There was a sound and a slender kite rope flew out from the wheel, tying to the wings injured by Fu Wenduo. The turkey was momentarily astonished and didn't understand what this rope was meant for. The next second, she was tied up by this rope and finally understood the player's intentions. Ku. The big turkey roared anxiously, but it had already entered the Xiao Jitong trio's chain trap. Like falling dominoes, the traps didn't stop once the first one fell. Tang Mo watched the poor turkey being tortured by various traps in succession. She was cut by 1,000 knives and her flesh wasn't hurt at all. She was roasted by fire and she was unharmed. Like the big mole said, ordinary fire couldn't burn the turkey. The black tower was still counting down happily as Tang Mo watched the big turkey being tossed by the traps. Nothing could hurt this big turkey. She seemed to be a wall of iron. She might be screaming angrily, but there was no fear on her face. This lasted until she was pushed to the center of the supermarket by a red puppet, where a blue transparent drop slowly fell towards her head. For the first time, panic appeared on the big turkey's face. She looked at the drop of water and screamed. "Ku!" Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stepped forward with surprise, while Xiao Jitong, Xiao Qiao and Ningning also looked shocked. This drop of water was about to fall on the body of the big turkey. 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter, when, ding dong. Player George Edward has triggered the crazy matricide effect and will receive the punishment of a lightning bolt. The water droplet evaporated before touching the big turkey. The blonde boy had been looking ecstatic and now her expression distorted. A variety of emotions crossed his face before settling on hate. He bitterly cursed in English, "Fuck you." Boom. Silver lightning fell from the sky towards the boy's head, throwing him backwards. The turkey got free and roared at the players. She stretched out her claws and slammed into Ningning. This time her speed was twice as fast as before, not giving anyone time to react. She struck Ningning with the claws, causing Ningning to cough up blood. The turkey was just about to act again when a voice full of regret sounded. .10. Ding dong. The eagle catches the chicks game has ended. At these words, the turkey froze in place. Her eyes slowly turned back to black and she stiffly walked to the side of the green bug. Her wings folded and she lay down on the ground, actually sleeping. After waiting a while to make sure the turkey was no longer moving, all players felt relieved. Tang Mo closed the small parasol, supporting himself with the tip against the ground as he wiped the blood from his lips. After 1 hour of fleeing and fighting, Ningning and the girl initially attacked were the most seriously injured. Tang Mo was slightly injured while Fu Wenduo didn't have any serious problems. The turkey was sleeping and the 2 girls hiding in the dark finally dared to come out. The short-haired girl was carrying her companion, weeping as she emerged from the darkness. The companion on her back had already passed out. She was covered in blood and the wound on her back gaped open, revealing red internal organs. "Save her, save Yuan Yuan. I'm begging you, please save her." Xiao Jitong checked the injured before taking out a bottle of mineral water and pouring it on the girl's wound. Once the mineral water was poured, the blood from the wound gradually stopped. Xiao Jitong explained, "Her physical fitness isn't high enough and is being limited right now. Her life has been temporarily saved and the wound should heal after 1 hour. However, it will be hard to save her again if she is seriously injured one more time." The 7 individuals checked their injuries and handled them. There was a cut on the back of Tang Mo's hand that was caused by the turkey's claws. Due to the decline in his physical abilities, his healing was weakened and the wound wasn't completely healed. The flesh was open on both sides, exposing blood vessels and white bones. There were still 2 chances to use the earthworm's tears. Tang Mo didn't want to waste it on this little injury. A low male voice rang out, "Is that a prop?" Xiao Jitong turned and looked at Fu Wenduo. "Are you talking about this?" He shook the bottle of mineral water that was half empty. "Ah, it is a prop that can treat small wounds. Do you want it?" "Thank you." Fu Wenduo took the bottle of mineral water and came to Tang Mo's side. "Do you want it?" Tang Mo wasn't too polite and reached out his hand. Fu Wenduo poured the mineral water on Tang Mo's hand and then on his own arm. Once the water was poured, their wounds healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. This healing rate was too fast, faster than Ningning's speed. Xiao Jitong saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he smiled and asked, "The Black Tower's 2nd floor." Tang Mo looked at him. He knew Xiao Jitong's meaning and didn't refute it, asking instead, "What about you?" Xiao Jitong said, "The Black Tower's second floor, the Black Tower's second floor." He pointed to himself and Ningning. Finally, he pointed to the little boy. Xiao Qiao and his teammates went to the first floor 2 days ago. I am very grateful that in a reality instance, the difficulty of the instance doesn't really change according to the player's strength. Otherwise, I don't know what type of game we would encounter. The short-haired girl wondered, Yuan and I haven't cleared the Black Tower yet. Is it possible that the order of the line is related to the number of floors we cleared in the Black Tower? This proposal gave Xiao Jitong an idea and he was preparing to speak when a yawn was heard from behind them. The group looked at the rear with vigilance. The green bug still wasn't dead. It was wriggling and trying to move to the door. The big turkey lazily opened her eyes and a wing shot out towards the bug. She scolded, "Idiot, you still want to run." Then she looked up at the players and started to scream. "Ah! Who is it? Who made my lovely children like this?" No one cared about the big turkey's posturing. Her poor acting was like a taunt to the players. The turkey wiped the tears that didn't exist and said, "My children, are you okay? Oh, are you dead?" She went to the unconscious girl's side. The short-haired girl angrily moved in front of her friend. The big turkey gave her a strange smile. The short-haired girl didn't dare speak. She could only glare at the big turkey. The big turkey raised her wings, pretending to wipe at her tears. She planned to say something full of motherly love with a magnetic and low male voice interrupted her. The second round of questions has begun. The first question, what is the special meaning of the eagle catches the chicks game? The turkey stiffened while wiping her tears and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Chapter 82. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. The small eyes lingered on Fu Wenduo's body. The big turkey quietly watched Fu Wenduo for 2 seconds before giving a sinister laugh. Is there a second question? The big turkey's expression was exactly the same as when Xiao Jitong previously asked and no one could see any changes. However, both Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo clearly understood that the matter of the eagle catches the chicks game was as important to the turkey as the order of the queue. It might be even more important. Tang Mo looked at the big turkey and sank into deep thoughts. He didn't notice it at first, but once Fu Wenduo asked this question, Tang Mo found that something was wrong. It was just after the 1 hour of the eagle catches the chicks game. Apart from the very good at hiding Xiao Jitong, the other 6 players all confronted the big turkey. The big turkey seemed to brutally attack each person fairly, but the real targeted person was actually the cold-faced Ningning. This was most clearly demonstrated in the last wave of counterattack by the big turkey. The big turkey was caught in a string of traps designed by the little boy and almost killed by the blue water droplet. Once she escaped, she didn't attack the little boy who nearly killed her or Fu Wenduo who wounded her with a dagger. Instead, she aimed at Ningning who was standing at the rear of the group. She shouldn't attack Ningning based on aggro and the location. Yet her claws had aimed for Ningning's chest. She only aimed at Ningning. This face implied something very important. There was a problem with the eagle catches the chicks game. Tang Mo carefully thought about the second question. He hadn't come up with a suitable question yet when he heard a male voice from the side. The second question, George Edward is first in the line. Tang Mo's eyes widened and he looked at the man with a startled expression. It wasn't just him. Fu Wenduo also frowned at Xiao Jitong. Even his teammate Ningning and Xiao Qiao stared at him with dismay, not understanding why he asked this question. The first question raised by Fu Wenduo asked if there was any deep meaning in the eagle catches the chicks game. The second question raised by Xiao Jitong asked if his teammate George Edward was first. This question was obviously too selfish since knowing one person's position wouldn't have any effect on the final result. Even if the little boy knew that he was first, he would still be pulled into the eagle catches the chicks as long as the other 6 people weren't in the right positions. Xiao Jitong's question was really awkward and seemed to be wasting a question. Tang Yamo soon calmed down and thought about the reason for this question. He believed that Xiao Jitong wouldn't ask a question so recklessly. Unfortunately, he had too little information and it was hard to understand why. The big turkey showed some surprise when she heard this question. Then she laughed. "My lovely child, you have actually forgotten your position." She stretched out a wing and touched the little boy's head. Her wings were still dripping blood from where Fu Wenduo had cut them. The little boy wanted to remove these disgusting wings but he held back, causing Xiao Jitong to silently sigh with relief. Tang Yamo asked, "So what is the answer?" In any case, the question had been asked and they needed answers now. The big turkey patted her wings. How can the eagle catches the chicks game have a profound meaning? Isn't it because a disgusting eagle wants to catch my lovely children? Don't worry children, mother is here. Mother won't let that hateful eagle kill you. Then the turkey continued, "As for this child's position in the line." The turkey touched the little boy's head and laughed. "Hey, you are in second place. My lovely child, have you forgotten?" After saying this, the big turkey smiled and looked at the female high school student on the ground. She looked meaningfully at the dying girl before looking at the green bug, which had been completely smashed on the ground. Then she started to scream shrilly. The big turkey seemed to have just discovered this problem, letting out a fake angry roar, "Coo! How did this bug die? How can I feed my children a dead bug? Damn bug, you should have lived a bit longer before dying. Now mother has to go find food for my children again." The big turkey turned and looked at the players. "My children, are you very hungry?" Xiao Jitong nodded. "Mother, we are very hungry." The big turkey spoke loudly. "Mother will go find food for you." Her fat body twisted as she hummed her strange song and quickly disappeared into the supermarket. All the players knew that she was acting. She played a loving mother for a big and then her nature as the fierce and ruthless eagle was restored. She acted with the players but it was more like she was seeing them as a joke. The bad song filled the supermarket before the figure of the big turkey completely disappeared. Then the short-haired girl couldn't help crying out. The poor girl hugged her dying companion and burst out crying. After crying for a few minutes, she held back her tears and fed water to her companion. She shouted her companion's names, hoping she would quickly wake up. These 2 players were weak. If it wasn't for Tang Mo's group, they would have likely ended up as minced meat on the ground. Once the 2 questions were over and the big turkey was far away, Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong and spoke calmly. "The first answer is a lie, so the answer to the second question is correct. Mr. Xiao, I'd like to know why you asked that question." Tang Mo only knew Xiao Jitong for a short time but it was obvious that the other person was smart. He passed the Black Tower's 2nd floor and was a famous smart person in Nanjing. Such a person shouldn't ask a useless question. Xiao Jitong smiled. "I asked this question for a reason. I have a bit more information than you do, thus I asked this question. But before I explain, I'd like to ask something first. Mr. Tang Ji." Xiao Jitong didn't expose that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were using assumed names. He looked at Fu Wenduo and asked, "What do you think is special about this eagle catches the chicks?" Fu Wenduo spoke lightly, "If it just wanted to punish us for getting the order wrong, it can say, queuing error, the big turkey will catch the player for an hour. There is no need to deliberately design a side game. Unless the game itself was a clue." Fu Wenduo didn't saw those words but Tang Mo already understood. He looked at Fu Wenduo and smiled gently. "Yes, I also thought about why the eagle catches the chicks game was deliberately made. If she just wants to kill the players, there is no need to make a game. She also had killing intent. The killing intent was directed at her." Fu Wenduo pointed to Ningning. Ning Ning's injuries had improved but her face was still a bit pale. She licked her lips and didn't talk. The little boy was dissatisfied. Why is it only Sister Ning Ning? It is because Sister Ning Ning is a woman. That sister over there was scratched by the turkey and still isn't awake. Is the turkey really targeting women? Of course not. Tang Mo shook his head. The eagle catches the chicks game is very common. I believe most people have played it in childhood. The game has two features. The first is the old hen that protects the chicks. The second is that the eagle can only catch the chick at the end of the line. Us players have to line up in a specific order and the eagle catches the chicks also has a sequence. In the eagle catches the chicks, the turkey must grab the last chick. The little boy thought for a moment and suddenly became surprised. You mean that Sister Ning Ning is the chick at the end? The boy was very clever and soon thought of something. Wait, Sister Ning Ning was fifth in the line and he was last. He pointed to Fu Wenduo. The big turkey tried to catch Ning Ning, not him. This is saying that it isn't the order in which we line up. The turkey is catching people from the real last place person. This means that Sister Ning Ning's correct position is last in the line. There was no need to speak a lot. Once the little boy said this, everyone understood the meaning. In fact, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo also thought of this, which was why Fu Wenduo asked that question. It was possible that Xiao Jitong had also guessed it. The big turkey was obviously targeting Ning Ning. Considering the turkey's lie, the eagle catches the chicks must have a profound meaning and obviously had something to do with the correct queuing order. Tang Mo said, there is a 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that. Tang Mo didn't know how to call Ning Ning and directly said, she should be the last person in the line. Based on this clue, we can determine who the last player is. This was why we asked the first question. Now it is your turn. Tang Mo laughed. Mr. Xiao, why did you ask that question and what is the information that we don't know? Once Fu Wenduo found that Ning Ning was targeted by the turkey, he first thought of the special rules of the eagle catches the chicks game. The big turkey's answer revealed that this game really did have a meaning and they could determine Ning Ning's position in the queue. It wasn't certain but there was at least a 80% chance that this female player was last. Therefore, now it was Xiao Jitong's turn. Fu Wenduo stood by Tang Mo and seemed to have no interest in Xiao Jitong, he just watched calmly while not saying anything. Tang Mo patiently waited for Xiao Jitong to give him a suitable answer. I'm sure you have a reason for asking that question. Xiao Jitong looked at his teammate Ning Ning before unexpectedly standing next to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He smiled and got straight to the point. Mr. Tang Ji, are you a stowaway? Fu Wenduo's expression stayed the same and he didn't answer. Tang Mo asked coldly, is this the information you are talking about, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Jitong explained. I think you are misunderstanding. I don't have anything against stowaways. I saw that in the 1 hour eagle catches the chicks game, you didn't try to kill anyone. There is a very obvious loophole in this game. The fifth rule of the game states that once a turkey child dies, the heartbroken big turkey effect will be triggered and she will be temporarily released from her schizophrenic state. In fact, this is saying that the eagle catches the chicks game will end immediately once a player dies. If you really don't want to be hunted by the turkey, there is a very simple method. Tang Mo stated, it is to kill a player and end the game. Xiao Jitong agreed. Yes. But you didn't try to do that. I was standing in the distance when Ning Ning was hunted by the big turkey. I wanted to come and help when I saw you fire hot. Stowaways are divided into many types. Some stowaways are deadly and act without restraint after the earth went online. They don't care about the game and just kill wildly. I've seen stowaways like that. Tang Mo had also seen such stowaways. 10 players died in the strange circus game. They were the 4 stowaways killed by Tang Mo and other people and 6 players killed by the 4 stowaways. Tang Mo stated, this loophole is likely to be a trap. If killing people can really end the punishment, someone must have made this choice among the many players who previously died here. In the end, there would be only one person left in the game. One person doesn't need to line up. He is the team. Yet they didn't pass the instance. Killing your teammates might seem like it will clear the game, but it must hide a bigger trap. Mr. Xiao, maybe that is why we chose not to kill anyone. In any Black Tower game I play it first with feeling and second with strategy. I have always believed in my intuition, and every game I cleared is an acknowledgement of my intuition. Xiao Jitong smiled. Stowaways aren't necessarily bad people, and official players and reserves aren't necessarily good people. The fact that you can say what you just said proves that you aren't bad people. Tang Mo didn't refute this. Xiao Jitong continued, I didn't notice the problem with Ningning until Mr. Tang Ji asked the question. Then I realized this clue, leading me to think of another question. Tang Mo asked, what is the question? One of the first things we agreed on is that there is a 90% chance the queuing order isn't random. There is a rule to it. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to win. Then this little girl said previously. Xiao Jitong looked at the short-haired girl sitting on the ground. This game might be ranked according to the floors that we have cleared. The two girls haven't attacked the tower while Xiao Qiao passed the Black Tower's first floor. Mr. Victor, your companion Mr. Tang Ji plus Ningning and I. We have all on the Black Tower's second floor. Tang Mo immediately understood. The question you asked about the little boy's ranking is to exclude the rule that the sequence order is related to the player's Black Tower floor. Good. Xiao Jitong laughed. But there is one thing I knew that you don't know. The biggest reason I asked about Xiao Qiao's order is due to this information. What is it? Xiao Jitong looked at his companions. The long-haired Ningning stood with folded arms and no expression. Xiao Jitong removed his gaze. In this game, the two girls are reserve players. I used to be a reserve player and I'm now an official player. But strictly speaking, my identity is more inclined towards the reserves. Xiao Qiao is second in the line. Since he isn't third, this game is definitely not based on lining up in the order of the player's Black Tower attack floor. I presume. Mr. Victor, are you a regular player? Tang Mo's heart tightened. His brain was working quickly and he thoroughly understood Xiao Jitong's meaning. But there was a loophole and this guess was wrong. Unless she is a stowaway. Tang Mo looked at Ningning with surprise. Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Yes. I am a reserve, Xiao Qiao is an official player and Ningning is a stowaway. The author has something to say. Tang. Why are you saying that old Fu is a stowaway? Did a stowaway eat your rice? Old Fu killed on a mission, okay? Old Fu. Hashtag I am already a villain to the Chinese players. I'm not afraid of more itchiness. Hashtag. Chapter 83. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. 15 days ago, Sugwa Supermarket in Nanjing. In the dark and stinky supermarket, the cruel and fierce turkey slowly stopped the wings that had been flapping and stared at the small dwarf in front of her. She was a thin middle-aged woman covered in blood. She kneeled in a thick pool of blood, gasping heavily. Beside her was a young man who had just died. He held a sharp knife in his hand and stared in the direction of the middle-aged woman with his dead eyes. His chest had 4 or 5 bullet holes and the gun that killed him fell between him and the middle-aged woman. Looking closely, the young man and middle-aged woman looked somewhat alike. The middle-aged woman was trembling. After a long time, she covered her face in pain and said desperately, I am alone, I am the only one left. Even if I line up, there is only me. They are all dead. I didn't kill them, they. No, I killed them. They're dead. All dead. I'm alone, I have one. I'm alive, I've alive. Now feed me the bug. The woman was already crazy as she talked madly. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the huge turkey. 5 hours ago, 7 of them were pulled into the game and the huge turkey asked them to line up. The 7 people didn't know how to line up. They didn't notice at first the trap that the turkey could answer one question correctly and wasted several opportunities. They were too weak, so when the eagle catches the chicks, they could only kill each other. As long as someone died, the terrible turkey would stop and the next round of lining up would begin immediately. She didn't want to die, she didn't want to die at all. She didn't want to die, even if she had to kill her own brother. The supermarket was dimly lit, with the only light coming from the direction of the entrance in a straight line. Once the middle-aged woman shouted this, the eyes of the big turkey changed from bright red to a normal black. She stared at the frightened human who was agitated and slowly laughed. The middle-woman frozen and looked up at the turkey. The big turkey smiled in an insidious manner and her ironic laughter filled the supermarket. She went to the innermost shelf and raised her claws, easily lifting a piece of meat. Then she went to the other side of the checkout counter and lifted the torn body of a man. Then a middle school girl, a beautiful young woman. In the end, she picked up the younger brother of the middle-aged woman and threw the bodies in front of her. Blood splashed on the woman's face and she stared at the big turkey in a foolish manner, not understanding what was happening now. The big turkey laughed and looked lovingly at the woman. "My child, congratulations. You are the last one alive. Mother forgot to tell you a few rounds ago. Even if your brothers and sisters aren't alive, you can't forget them. So, let's line up. Mother brought the bodies of your siblings here so you can stand in line." The big turkey picked up the body of the young man and flung it at the woman. The middle-aged woman stared at her brother's wide eyes with horror. The big turkey stepped on her brother's corpse and gently laughed. "What do you think? Is he ranked first? Their bodies will swing with you and your position is. My child." The terrible laughter of the turkey became louder as she looked greedily at the middle-aged woman. In the end, it was unknown if the big turkey really forgot to say this or deliberately didn't tell the truth. In the eyes of the middle-aged woman, the fierce and terrible turkey looked at the human in front of her with a malicious smile. The woman stared with a dumbfounded expression before looking down at her brother. She saw those who had been torn apart by the big turkey or killed by the players as sacrifices and opened her mouth. Ha! The big turkey's laughter became louder. 15 days later, Sugwa supermarket. Once Xiao Jitong spoke the true identity of the long-haired woman, Tang Imo thoroughly understood the meaning of his question. Ningning was a stowaway and she was ranked last. Then it was likely that the order of queuing was arranged in the order of official players, reserve players and stowaways. However, it was possible that the order was players who haven't cleared the Black Tower, players who passed the first floor of the Black Tower and players who passed the second floor of the Black Tower. Ningning was a second-floor Black Tower player and her identity couldn't rule out this possibility. Therefore, Xiao Jitong asked if Xiao Qiao was first. If Xiao Qiao is third, there is a 90% probability that the order of queuing is the floor number of each player. However, Xiao Qiao is second. This means there is a 90% probability that the queuing order is the player's identity. Xiao Jitong smiled. Xiao Qiao is a very special person. Since there are 2 official players here, him being in the first 2 will prove that the player's identity is the queuing order. In addition, he is the only one who is on the first floor of the tower. Fu Wendua's keen eyes meant he found the big turkey's killing intent towards Ningning and quickly came up with the question of the eagle catches the chicks game. Xiao Jitong was also very clever. After understanding Fu Wendua's question, he seized the extra meaning and added a question, giving the players a great advantage. Every Black Tower game had a game guide. Whether it was a reality instance or a normal instance, the Black Tower must give the players a chance to win. According to the Black Tower's usual routine, the order of queuing must have certain rules. It was impossible for it to be a random order. Official players, reserves and stowaways. This was a very Black Tower-like way of lining up. The Black Tower hated stowaways and monsters wanted to eat stowaways the most. Therefore, the stowaways were placed at the end of the line so that the big turkey turned into an eagle could eat them. Under the careful care of the short-haired girl and the mineral water applied, the unconscious long-haired female student finally woke up. The effect of the mineral water prop was good. After waking up, the long-haired girl's injuries slowly improved and she gradually became able to speak. Tang Mo carefully thought about the clues he received before and combined them with Fu Wenduo and Xiao Jitong's speculations. He concluded, the correct order of the queue is me, this little friend, Mr. Xiao, the two little girls, Fu Tangji and Ningning. Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Yes. Xiao Qiao must be second and Ningning must be last. The middle is me and these little girls. Tang Mo said, there isn't much doubt about the order of the official players and the stowaways. The more important thing is the order of the three of you. You are all reserves. I used to be a reserve but now I've cleared the Black Tower game and became a regular player. It is highly likely that I am in third place. Xiao said. Tang Mo also agreed with this view, but it meant a more important question was placed before them. What order should they be in? The group stared at the two female high school students. The long-haired girl hadn't yet fully recovered and she leaned lightly in her companion's arms. The short-haired girl listened to the words of Tang Moa and the others and knew that the order of her and her companion was crucial. She racked her brains and thought for a long time, telling them all the information she knew. Yuan and I were high school classmates but in different classes. On the day that the Earth went online, we were in our first class of the day when everyone suddenly disappeared. Only the two of us remained in the school. Since then, we have been together. The game experiences of these two girls were similar to most reserves. They didn't have an ability and weren't stupid, but they also weren't clever. They carefully avoided instances and participating in games. They were fortunate to live in Nanjing where the reserves organization searched for all instance locations and selflessly released the information. The two girls lived peacefully in this security for 4 months. They participated in some games but survived the danger. Players like them were the majority among surviving players. The two of them didn't have any special characteristics and their strength and other aspects were similar. It was simply impossible to separate them. Xiao Jitong said after a moment of contemplation. We have only lined up once and this is a very small number. It isn't a big deal if the next time is wrong as long as we can pass the eagle catches the chicks game. This time, you will be ranked first. He pointed to the girl with short hair and then looked at the girl with long hair. You will be ranked fifth. Fu Wenduo asked, on what basis? They turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Xiao Jitong laughed. Intuition. Mr. Tang Ji, as I said before, I believe in intuition when playing the game. It is just like experienced policemen. They don't need to see many clues and will have the feeling, this is the murderer when they see the murderer. I have played many games after the Earth went online and my experience tells me that intuition is sometimes more important than rational thinking. He paused before continuing, moreover, this is the second time lining up. We have another chance even if this time is wrong. Fu Wenduo didn't speak again and Tang Mo agreed. Tang Mo, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Jitong, the short-haired girl, the long-haired girl, Fu Wenduo and Ningning. This was the order for the 7 people. Even if there was a mistake, the positions of the 2 girls could be reversed. There was at least a 80% chance that they didn't have the wrong sorting method or arranged the wrong order. The next step was waiting to line up. During this hour, the long Haired girl's injury gradually recovered. She wasn't as healthy as before, but she could stand up and run away. Next time, she would be standing in 5th place and wouldn't be the big turkey's first goal. She should have it easier. The short-haired girl was thick-skinned and borrowed the mineral water prop from Xiao Jitong. She poured the remaining half a bottle of water onto her companion, causing these wounds to recover faster. If the line was wrong and Eagle catches the chick's game started, the long-haired girl wouldn't have the power to escape. Tang Mo looked at the pale girl and remembered one thing. The turkey didn't want to kill her. Fu Wenduo heard Tang Mo's words and immediately understood his meaning. He said, the rule of the eagle catches the chick's game is to catch the last chick. Maybe it can only kill that chick. Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong's team discussing the matter in the distance. Then he turned to Fu Wenduo and said, the target she should kill is Ningning. Before that, she deliberately didn't attack Ningning. She attacked all players as much as possible and obviously only needed to gently wave her wings for that girl to die. But the turkey didn't do that. There are two possibilities. First, she can only kill Ningning and no one else. Second, she wants to hurt more players. It isn't death but serious injuries. This was the horror of the big turkey. In the 1 hour of the eagle catches the chick's game, the players couldn't fight against the big turkey. They could only guard against her while the big turkey could easily wound the players one by one. She wouldn't kill them but would only hurt them seriously. This way, the players would find it more difficult to escape the next time the game was played. It might even be impossible to survive the next game and they would die. There was a 80% chance that the order wasn't wrong, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were still well prepared. Fu Wenduo loaded bullets into the gun again. After the last game, Tang Mo knew that the small parasol couldn't deal any wounds to the turkey, but he chose to use it as a shield. Once everything was ready, the 7 players gathered and waited for the second round of lining up. Nanjing is a very good city. After the Earth went online, most players with average strength can survive here. Tang Mo turned his head to look at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong was watching the big turkey walking in the distance. Xiao Jitong wasn't wrong. Nanjing was very safe, but it was also extremely dangerous. Tang Mo was silent for a moment before opening his mouth, when a low voice was heard from his side. Within 3 months, each player must attack the tower once. Xiao Jitong continued to smile. Yes. The premise is that the player aren't forced to attack the tower. Nanjing was a very good city if the players didn't have to attack the tower. Too much protection was chronic suicide. Nanjing's powerful players sheltered ordinary players, telling them the entrance to each instance and restricting the stowaways from freely killing. But it also gave players a cradle that was too warm. In this cradle, the players had no will to grow up and would only survive each day. Perhaps the Black Tower was worried about this situation and increased the rules, requiring each player to attack the tower within 3 months. The big turkey was getting closer and closer. Tang Mo's gaze swept over the blood on the ground and he suddenly said, there are at least 100 players who died here. Xiao Jitong replied, we have recorded around 150 people. Among the 150 people, no one found the right way to line up. This number made Tang Mo feel that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about his doubts. This wasn't like the Mario instance where more than 6,000 people died. 6,000 people dying showed that this game was absolutely problematic and couldn't be won using a normal process. Tang Mo was still thinking when the turkey approached. Boom, the big turkey held a giant black crustacean and threw the insect to the ground. The insect wanted to escape, but the big turkey pressed a foot to its shell, cracking it. No one knew where the big turkey had found such a giant insect. The big turkey stepped on it and her cold and greedy gaze swept over the faces of the players. The big turkey clapped and smiled kindly. My children, how do you want to line up? The girl with short hair stared hatefully at the big turkey. We have thought well. The girl's decisive attitude made the big turkey look at her, and the turkey scratched her head. Then start to line up. Mother can't wait to feed you bugs. Do you feel hungry? Tang Mo had wanted everyone to line up directly. Now every one of the turkey's words were laughing at the player, and she wouldn't give any clues. But he hadn't been able to speak when he felt a hunger in his stomach. Tang Mo's eyes widened and he quickly looked at Fu Wenduo. The two people's eyes met. Fu Wenduo nodded and whispered, "Yes." It wasn't just them. Once the big turkey finished this sentence, Xiao Jitong and the other players felt a long-lost hunger. This feeling was too strange. Tang Mo had only eaten yesterday, and with his current physical fitness, he wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Tang Mo immediately thought, our physical fitness has declined and hunger has returned. Fu Wenduo said, it didn't just come back. I have become hungrier. I ate a biscuit just this morning. Tang Mo's heart tightened. The big turkey laughed when she heard their words, deliberately stepping on the shell of the insect. Mother knew it. You are hungry. Come and line up for dinner, my lovely children. This sense of hunger was very strange to Tang Mo, but he gradually adapted. The level of hunger didn't make them unable to act, but they were afraid this hunger would multiply. Tang Mo no longer wasted time on nonsense. As soon as the turkey finished speaking, he strode forward and stood at the front. The big turkey was stunned. Tang Mo stared at her with no expression and said, "Hurry up." Fu Wenduo understood what he meant, while Xiao Jitong also guessed something terrible from the hunger. He pushed the little boy, and the blonde boy stood behind Tang Mo. He was followed by Xiao Jitong, the short-haired girl. The turkey had narrowed her eyes when Tang Mo stood in front, then she stared at the remaining players with a sinister smile. She didn't show too many anomalies, but her non-abnormal performance was already an anomaly. This seemed to confirm that the player's current queuing order was likely to be correct. The long-haired girl shivered and took the 5th position, then Fu Wenduo stood in the 6th position. Finally, Ningning took her place. All 7 of them stood still. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the big turkey. The turkey's eyes moved from Ningning to Tang Mo. A black shadow shrouded Tang Mo. One person and one turkey looked at each other, Tang Mo holding the small parasol in preparation to fight. There was no sound in the silent supermarket, and the big turkey didn't directly become angry like last time. Tang Mo heard his heart beating quickly in his chest. Standing so close, he discovered that the turkey was really tall and strong. She seemed like a big mountain in front of every player. When her eyes turned red and she became an eagle, her horrible speed and power, combined with her hard body, made her the most terrible weapon. It wasn't just Tang Mo. Behind him, the little boy gritted her teeth and looked at the big turkey angrily. His fingers moved in his pocket, hoping that this cue was correct and the game was over. Xiao Jitong looked calm on the surface, but he never removed his eyes from the big turkey as he nervously waited for the answer. Fu Wenduo looked calm, his dark eyes staring quietly at the big turkey as he prepared to attack. Under the dim light, the turkey stared at Tang Mo while Tang Mo stared back calmly. The big turkey suddenly laughed strangely. Her lips curved and her small eyes turned blood red. The turkey suddenly waved a wing at Tang Mo. He was prepared, but his heart was still startled. It was wrong. Tang Mo opened the small parasol to block the big turkey's blow, and his body was forced 3 steps back by the fierce strength. A clear child's voice was heard at the same time. Ding dong. Players have lined up wrong and the big turkey will become schizophrenic, opening the side game Eagle Catches the Chicks. The game time is 1 hour. After the beep, Tang Mo's eyes widened and he shouted, "Run." The next second, the 7 players fled desperately in different directions. One of the fastest runners was Ningning. In the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, the eagle must catch the last chick. In the last round, Ningning had suffered. This time, Xiao Jitong and the others carefully discussed it and gave Mei life-saving props to Ningning so she could survive better. Ningning knew that she was the goal of the big turkey and ran at the fastest speed to the second floor of the supermarket, where Xiao Qiao used his remaining props to build traps for the big turkey. Without the blue water droplet, their most powerful prop no longer existed. Other props couldn't deal a deadly blow to the turkey, but at least they could help Ningning escape. The ultimate goal of the big turkey might be Ningning, but the other players didn't dare be careless. The long-haired girl couldn't help crying out when she heard the Black Tower's voice. Her wounds had just healed and her body was still weak. She dared not ask the others for help and could only use all her strength to escape while praying that the big turkey didn't notice her. Perhaps due to this problem, the big turkey didn't attack the long-haired girl first. She looked at the blonde boy standing in second place. Once Tang Yamo blocked the big turkey's attack and turned away, the blonde boy became first. The big turkey's eyes brightened and she swung at the little boy. Xiao Jitong was standing behind him and grabbed the blonde boy, carrying him back with force. The big turkey's wings fell down while Xiao Jitong guarded the little boy, his arm being smashed by the big turkey. Xiao Jitong let out a sound and ran away while carrying the little boy. By the time the big turkey wanted to chase another person, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo had already used this chance to disappear into the darkness. She wanted to chase Xiao Jitong, but she only took a few steps before recalling the horror of the countless props and stopped in place. Finally, she looked at the two weakest girls. Coo! A strange and treacherous laughter emerged as she rushed at the short-haired girl who hadn't completely hidden herself. The short-haired girl was originally standing in fourth place and she wasn't a fast runner. Once she found out that the big turkey was chasing her, she paled and ran as hard as she could to the place where the little boy had laid traps. However, the big turkey caught up to her. Like her companion, the turkey waved her wings and easily slammed the short-haired girl into the wall. The girl's body crashed into the wall and she cried out with pain. There was the clear sound of a bone breaking and the girl fell to the ground, coughing out blood. Red blood flowed down her forehead. The short-haired girl held her arm in order to stand up and run away, but she ended up falling onto her knees. Her body trembled and she couldn't speak. The short-haired girl's injury didn't seem as serious as the long-haired girl, but blood was constantly flowing from her mouth. She struggled to run before the turkey attacked again. The turkey gave a sinister smile and wanted to attack the short-haired girl again. She had run halfway when the short-haired girl vomited out blood again. This action caused the turkey to perceive something and horror appeared on her face. Coo! Tang Mo hiding in the darkness was stunned by this scene before immediately understanding. She is dying. Many people's wounds didn't look serious on the surface, but it was much more serious to the person who was injured. It was easy to die when the brain was struck and a ruptured blood vessel could also kill. The girl with short hair was hit by the turkey and slammed into the wall. Her companion was wounded by the turkey but didn't die. No one thought that the short-haired girl was already dying from such a simple blow. Fu Wenduo stared coldly at the girl with short hair, observing her shaking in constant bleeding. He came to a conclusion. She is dying. It should be due to a broken rib that has pierced the viscera and perhaps even the heart. A player's physical fitness is reduced in this instance. This injury wouldn't be fatal to you and I, but she will only be able to hold on for 5 minutes. The result was unexpected for everyone and even the big turkey wasn't prepared. The big turkey stood still, looking at the girl who was constantly twitching. She clearly knew that the player was almost dying. On the other side, in the darkness. Xiao Jitong also noticed the situation from where he was hiding with Xiao Qiao. His brow wrinkled and Xiao Qiao muttered, "If we don't save her, she really will die. Captain, I brought a bottle of banana wine. Do you want to save her?" The same was true for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo side. Tang Mo touched the earthworm's tears and didn't move, calmly looking at the short-haired girl dying not far away. Time passed. The girl's breathing became lighter. Her eyes closed and she couldn't move anymore. The blonde boy looked at the scene and remembered one thing. As soon as the player dies, the game will end. Xiao Jitong whispered, "Save her." The next moment, two shadows sprang from the darkness towards the turkey and short-haired girl. Xiao Jitong and Xiao Qiao's speed was a little faster than Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo still hadn't made up his mind when they rushed out. Tang Mo saw them and asked coldly, "Go." Fu Wenduo took out his gun. "Go." The two people appeared like lightning as they moved towards the big turkey. The big turkey found that 4 players had rushed out but knew that as long as the girl died, she could no longer attack the players. Her eyes shone and she turned to look at the rear. There was an escalator in the supermarket and Ningning was hiding on the second floor, waiting for the turkey to go up. The turkey's feet slammed against the ground and she rushed forward. She waved her claws towards the man rushing towards her. Fu Wenduo hadn't expected the big turkey to rush at him instead of going upstairs. Bang! A bullet swiped by the big turkey's head, cutting off several of her feathers. The floor was cracked ere the big turkey had kicked off from the ground. Tang Mo was shocked and stopped running to the short-haired girl, turning to Fu Wenduo instead. The big turkey's speed was very fast. She ran in front of Fu Wenduo, her sharp claws pointed at his face. Tang Mo ran over and didn't have time to hesitate, directly shouting out a spell. He stood behind Fu Wenduo with the small parasol opened, blocked the blow. The impact caused Tang Mo to fly back, with Fu Wenduo grabbing his hand. The two men took 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing their bodies. The turkey were far more powerful than the last time. It was as if the turkey knew she had no more time with the short-haired girl dying. She didn't give Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo a chance to recover after the hit missed. She screamed sharply and rushed forward again. This speed was too fast. Fu Wenduo grabbed Tang Mo's hand and blocked the big turkey's second attack with the small parasol. When the small parasol blocked the attack this time, Fu Wenduo accurately fired his gun. The big turkey was forced to avoid it. She stuck to the supermarket's handrail and stared fiercely at the 2 players in front of her. Finally, she looked at Fu Wenduo. "Ku." The next second, the big turkey rushed up again. The author has something to say. Tang Tang old Fu. EXM. What about killing Ningning? Ningning. Cold face, oh, I'm afraid that won't happen. Turkey cousin. Ku. It was just a gentle pat. You aren't porcelain. Chapter 84. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. The big turkey was physically strong but not bulky. It was like a bomb exploded as she screamed and slammed into Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo avoided this charge and 2 rows of shelves were knocked over by the turkey. In the billowing smoke, the big turkey turned her head and attacked again. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other before dividing into 2 opposite directions, striking the big turkey. The small parasol opened and blocked the sharp claws of the turkey. Fu Wenduo held the dagger and raised it from the bottom of the small parasol at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to follow. It tipped upwards and cut the chest of the big turkey. The big turkey already knew about the power of this dagger and one claw seized the dagger. The red turkey claws collided with the black dagger, causing sparks to fly. Ku. The big turkey waved her wings angrily and it was blocked by the small parasol, causing Tang Mo to take 3 steps back. The big turkey shook off Tang Mo and attacked Fu Wenduo again. Fu Wenduo was stunned and immediately retreated. In the dim supermarket, the 2 people and 1 turkey were separated by 5 meters and stood in an isosceles triangle. The big turkey's sullen gaze lingered on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The next second, the three of them attacked at the same time. Bang bang bang. While Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo fought with the big turkey, Xiao Jitong and the little boy ran to a corner and carried the short-haired girl somewhere else. Xiao Jitong said, "Look for a safe place where you can prepare the banana wine." The little boy nodded. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were containing the big turkey on one side while Xiao Jitong and the short-haired girl quickly disappeared into the supermarket. They headed to the manager's office on the first floor of the supermarket. As soon as Xiao Qiao entered the room, he quickly locked the door. He took out a yellow box drink from his pocket, similar to the banana milk sold in the supermarket. The yellow carton had blood-red font on it in big characters. Banana wine, it started in crooked small print. The underground person's favorite wine, with annual sales equivalent to 100 laps around the Black Tower. Xiao Jitong took this box of banana wine, ripped open the straw packaging and put the straw into the mouth of the short-haired girl. At this time, the short-haired girl's companion secretly ran over. She had watched as the big turkey attacked the short-haired girl and didn't dare approach. Tears flowed down as the long-haired girl witnessed the misery of her companion. She held her companion and sobbed. The banana wine in the box decreased and the face of the short-haired girl became rosier. Outside the office, the fighting never stopped. The speed of the big turkey was becoming faster and faster. This time, her strength was higher than the previous eagle catches the chicks game. Her claws swung towards Tang Mo and Tang Mo moved to the side to avoid it. 3 deep scratches were drawn on the wall, revealing the steel bars inside. The turkey skin was hard and the small parasol couldn't penetrate it. Only Fu Wenduo's dagger could deal damage. After the last lesson, the big turkey was already wary of Fu Wenduo's dagger, not giving him the opportunity to attack. She was keenly aware that Fu Wenduo was the weaker of the two and constantly attacked Tang Mo, forcing Fu Wenduo to pursue her. The two people and the turkey hit every corner of the supermarket. Fu Wenduo's bullets were all used and the big turkey seized this chance to attack Fu Wenduo, sharp claws aiming at his head. Fu Wenduo rolled on the ground to avoid it. Who would have expected the big turkey to suddenly turn and fly towards Tang Mo? Tang Mo had been preparing to save Fu Wenduo. Things abruptly changed, causing him to open the small parasol with horror. However, the big turkey was faster than him. The sharp claws were about to pierce Tang Mo's chest. A silver light flashed past Tang Mo's face. The big turkey immediately stopped attacking and dodged the arrow. She turned her head to look. She saw that on top of the automatic staircase, a woman in black stood on the second floor of the supermarket, staring at the turkey coldly. Ningning was holding a silver crossbow and it was the arrow she fired that the big turkey was forced to dodge. Tang Mo took this opportunity to run to Fu Wenduo and met him. The big turkey let out a dull cry and her tiny eyes looked back and forth between the 3 players. Suddenly, she roared and rushed towards the lone Ningning. Ningning raised the bow and a silver ray of light appeared on it as she pulled back the bowstring. The next second, she quickly fired and 3 silver lights shot at a very fast speed towards the fire turkey. The fire turkey avoided them and rushed to the second floor of the supermarket. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo immediately took the stairs and pursued the turkey. Time passed and the Black Tower's delighted countdown rang through the supermarket. Dead silence filled the first floor of the supermarket. On the second floor, 3 powerful players competed with the big turkey. Without the deadly blue water droplet, Xiao Qiao's traps could only delay the turkey a little big and couldn't cause real damage. The Tang Mo trio joined hands. The big turkey couldn't hurt them but they also couldn't hurt the big turkey. Fu Wenduo cried out, "Be careful." The big turkey attacked with her claws. Tang Mo turned to avoid it but he wasn't fast enough, a thin wound appearing on his cheek. Red blood slowly seeped out. Fu Wenduo's face was solemn while Tang Mo placed one hand on the ground as support, raising the other to wipe the blood on his cheek. He solemnly looked at Fu Wenduo and Ningning. The three people nodded. No one spoke, but they had reached an realization. Their speed had dropped. Their hunger wasn't obvious at first and Tang Mo hadn't paid attention while fighting. But this hunger didn't disappear. As they continued to fight the big turkey, hunger gradually filled their body. Tang Mo realized that his speed had slowed down and his strength decreased. Otherwise, he would have been able to escape from the big turkey's attack just now. Tang Mo quickly said, "They have saved the person. Withdraw." Okay. The three people immediately split up while the big turkey chased them. In the supermarket, the Black Tower's countdown continued. 60, 50, 58. There was only 1 minute left. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo ran down from the supermarket's second floor. Tang Mo ran west while Fu Wenduo ran east. The turkey looked at Tang Mo before turning to chase Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and turned to help Fu Wenduo. For a time, the big turkey chased Fu Wenduo while Tang Mo chased the big turkey. The two people and big turkey ran back and forth in the supermarket. Once the countdown reached the last 10 seconds, the big turkey caught up with Fu Wenduo. She knocked over the shelves next to Fu Wenduo, blocking the way. Then she rushed towards Fu Wenduo. At this time, a pink parasol appeared in front of her. Tang Mo cried out, "Fu Wenduo." Fu Wenduo immediately understood what he meant. Tang Mo stood behind the big turkey, blocking her head with the small parasol. Fu Wenduo no longer ran away, turning to attack instead. The black dagger was like death as it moved up from under the big turkey's wings. The hard wings were split into two halves, as if cutting tofu. The big turkey's angry roar echoed in the supermarket while the Black Tower reported the last two numbers. 10. Ding dong. The eagle catches the chicks game has ended. The big turkey's scream echoed in Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's ears. But the sound stopped as soon as the Black Tower spoke. The big turkey's right wing was only attached to her body by a thin layer of skin. Tang Mo put away his umbrella while the turkey stared at Fu Wenduo with red eyes. Slowly, her eyes turned black. The big turkey turned her head stiffly and moved to the meat foods area, lying on the ground and sleeping. At this point, the second round of the eagle catches the chicks game official ended. Tang Mo finally felt relief after the game was over. He had a sharp adrenaline rush when struggling with the big turkey and hadn't felt any pain or tension. Now that everything was over, he felt a terrible pain from his arm. Tang Mo pulled up his sleeves and saw a deep scratch from his wrist to his elbow, revealing the white bone. Fu Wenduo also suffered some injuries. His thigh was mercilessly hit by the turkey and the leg bone somewhat broken. He hadn't shown it when running away, but now he limped to Tang Mo's side, looking down at his arm. Fu Wenduo asked, "How is it?" Tang Mo rolled up his sleeves to prevent his clothes from touching the wound. He shook his head. "It is nothing. Just now, the big turkey wanted to scratch me beyond the small parasol. What about you?" "It doesn't matter. I should be able to walk normally after an hour." Once the eagle catches the chicks game finished, the turkey fell into a deep sleep. Ningning, who was hiding on the second floor, and Xiao Jitong's group of 4, who were hiding in the office, all came out. After seeing the big turkey that had fallen asleep, the long-haired girl was so angry that So wanted to go up and kick the turkey, but her companion stopped her. The short-haired girl's health had been restored by the banana wine. She previously had the appearance of death and now she was just a bit pale. She hated the big turkey. She always wanted to tear the turkey to pieces, but she knew it was useless. The short-haired girl took a deep breath and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. "Thank you." Tang Mo raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "They are the ones who saved you." He glanced at Xiao Jitong and Xiao Qiao. The short-haired girl's eyes were resolute. But you delayed the time and allowed Xiao Qiao and Captain Xiao to save me. I heard it from Captain Xiao, so thank you. The other person said so, not giving Tang Yamo room to refute it. He just looked at Xiao Jitong. The turkey wasn't away, but the 7 players didn't look very good. Xiao Jitong saw that Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo were injured and took out a second bottle of mineral water. He gave it to Ningning to heal her wounds before handing the bottle to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo wasn't polite and took the mineral water to heal himself and Tang Yamo. With their body's recovery, they could move normally in 1 hour, but the wounds wouldn't help completely. Using a prop to speed up the recovery was the best option. After ensuring that everyone's injuries were dealt with and making sure that the big turkey wasn't awake, Xiao Jitong's expression gradually sank. He looked at the players present and spoke in a serious tone. We lined up in the wrong order. The big turkey might lie, but it was absolutely impossible for the Black Tower to deceive them. The order they lined up in was indeed wrong. The short-haired girl thought, Captain Xiao, should I switch places with Yuan Yuan? Next time I will line up in Yuan Yuan's spot. Tang Yamo said, perhaps it isn't that simple. The whole group looked at him. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly as he carefully recalled everything that happened in the last hour. Finally he said calmly, in the last eagle catches the chicks game, we noticed that the big turkey was attacking one target. Ningning. The turkey has a fixed target. She might hurt other players, but she can only kill the last player. But this time, the big turkey didn't try to catch her. Xiao Jitong then spoke. Yes, we speculated that the big turkey must follow the eagle catches the chicks rules and only kill the last player. Therefore, we thought that Ningning was ranked last. Xiao Jitong looked at Fu Wenduo. But this time, the turkey tried to catch Mr. Tang Ji in the eagle catches the chicks game. The long-haired girl didn't understand. Why? Shouldn't she be catching the last player? Tang Yamo pondered on it and Xiao Jitong also didn't speak. Their previous reasoning was based on Ningning is last while Xiao Qiao is second. If Ningning wasn't last, the order of official players, reserves and stowaways that they speculated on was likely to be wrong. Things would return to the original point. Fu Wenduo speculated in a low voice. She can only catch the player who is ranked last the first time. Once the player successfully escapes, she can move forward in the sequence and grab the second last player. Xiao Jitong said, this is possible, but this rule isn't the same as ordinary eagle catches the chicks games. Tang Yamo also thought of Fu Wenduo's speculation and his line of thinking was the same as Xiao Jitong. However, there were also 2 answers to explain the difference in the big turkey's actions. Tang Yamo guessed, the first possibility is like Tang Ji said. She can only catch the last chick the first time, then she will move forward to catch the second and third last. But this speculation is a bit far-fetched. Tang Yamo thought about it before continuing to speak. This doesn't meet the normal eagle catches the chicks game. There is a second possibility. Fu Wenduo spoke for Tang Yamo, the order has changed. Tang Yamo looked at him and nodded. Right, the order has changed. Suppose the big turkey really can only catch the last player. In the first game, Ningning was really ranked last. The next time we lined up, Tang Ji is in last place. It is possible that the queuing order has changed. However, that probability is less than 20%. Xiao Jitong shook his head with a smile. The group looked at him. Once Tang Yamo spoke his 2 possibilities, Xiao Jitong was immediately aware of his concerns. He spoke what Tang Yamo suspected, if this is the case, the game is very unfair to players. In every Black Tower game, the games are mostly fair. There is no absolutely fairness in this world, but the Black Tower will try to be as fair as possible and ensure that both sides don't get too much advantages. Unless a single game person is too powerful, the Black Tower will make restrictions in the game itself. This reality instance has placed restrictions on the players, not the big turkey. Xiao Jitong looked at the big turkey. Players can't kill the big turkey. When the big turkey turns into an eagle, she can be wounded but not killed. When she isn't an eagle, subjective injuries aren't allowed. There is only one restriction on the big turkey. In her normal form, she can't harm his children. In contrast, players are limited a lot. But the Black Tower must be fair. Fu Wenduo grabbed the opening. There is another restriction. In the eagle catches the chicks game, she can only kill a fixed player. Xiao Jitong suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Fu Wenduo. It wasn't just him. Ningning also turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The two girls didn't understand Fu Wenduo's meaning. The long-haired girl asked, "Isn't that what we knew before? The turkey must kill the last player, it must follow the rules of the eagle catches the chicks game. Why are you saying it again?" Fu Wenduo didn't speak and Tang Yimo spoke for him. "We will continue and not pay attention to this." The two girls were confused while the little boy looked at the adults with strange expressions. His eyes suddenly brightened and he was about to speak when he covered his mouth. If the main game, lining up to eat insects, had restrictions on the players, then the side game, eagle catches the chicks, actually had restrictions on the big turkey. First of all, the big turkey could only kill a fixed player in the game, i.e., the player who was last. She could injure other people but could actually only kill the last person. This was a fact that everyone had discovered in the first round of the game. But what Fu Wenduo just said was something more brutal. In this round of the eagle catches the chicks game, the turkey hadn't expected the short-haired girl to die from a random wave of her wings. This was also unexpected for the big turkey. She hadn't attacked too much. If the short-haired girl died, it would definitely be an accident. The big turkey was stunned for a few seconds and her first reaction was to find Fu Wenduo. She almost exhausted all efforts to kill Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo must die before the short-haired girl died. It was different from the first round of the game, where she only exposed her desire to kill Ningning at the end. This time, the short-haired girl was dying after just 10 minutes, making the big turkey try wholeheartedly to kill Fu Wenduo. If the short-haired girl dying would trigger the heartbroken big turkey effect, the big turkey would immediately be released from her schizophrenic state and the eagle catches the chicks game would end. There was no need to be so urgent when the game would just end. At that time, the anxious behavior of the big turkey wasn't the mentality that, since a player is already dying, let's kill more players. It was more like she was grabbing at a lifeline. Before the short-haired girl died, the big turkey must killed Fu Wenduo. In the eagle catches the chicks game, the eagle was asked to catch the last player. What if the eagle caught someone who wasn't the last player? The eagle would violate the rules of the game. The fifth rule seemed to be a hint to the players, suggesting that the players could end the eagle catches the chicks game by killing their companions. But it was actually a restriction on the big turkey. She could hurt any player at will, but she could only kill the last chick. It doesn't matter if the chicks in other positions dies at the hands of the players. It was only when the big turkey killed the players in other positions that the rules of the game was violated. This was the biggest limit on the big turkey. Tang Mo's gaze slipped over the body pieces on the ground. He couldn't help thinking, what did the players who survived after killing their companions finally see? When there was only one person left, what did they encounter? Tang Mo thought helplessly that perhaps when the last person was left, the big turkey would hand over the bodies of the 6 dead people to them and tell them that they still had to line up. This was all just Tang Mo's speculations. But there was no doubt that at least half of the previous 150 players had killed each other. It was just a pity that none of them found the real restrictions on the big turkey. Suppose they discovered it and rather than killing their companions, they found a way for the big turkey to kill the players. The big turkey violating the rules of the game meant that even if the players didn't win, the big turkey had lost. The end was still the same. Among the 7 current players, including Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, they weren't interested in using the big turkey killing the wrong person as a method of clearing the game. At least for the last moment, Tang Mo thought he wouldn't do that, unless there was no other choice. Things finally returned to the starting point. Xiao Jitong said, "I believe that the order of the queue is fixed. In the 4th rule of the games, players can ask the big turkey a question and the big turkey can't lie. Assuming that the order has changed, the correct answer given by the big turkey should also change. For example, I previously asked him if Xiao Qiao is in first place. She told me that Xiao Qiao was ranked second and next time he should be ranked third, etc. But she didn't say that." The short-haired girl thought, maybe it just spoke the order in one round and this isn't considered a lie. Xiao Jitong said, "In this case, the game is more unfair to players." The short-haired girl thought for a while and didn't say anything else. She also agreed with Xiao Jitong's view. If the order of the queue changes, even a regular change, would have an impact on the players' questions. The answer to the question can't be guaranteed to be a clue and the player's right to obtain information would become a great disadvantage. This isn't fair to the players. Xiao Jitong paused before continuing. It isn't impossible for the order of the queue to change, but the probability is less than 20%. I think that the order should be fixed. The little boy raised his hand. I feel the same way. Ningning said, I have no opinion. The 2 little girls nodded by default. Xiao Jitong eyed Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo stood to one side and didn't speak. Fu Wenduo stood next to Tang Mo and didn't interject. It was clear that everyone's opinions were unified. Xiao Jitong laughed. In this case, next time we will follow the same order but the 2 of you will change positions. The 2 little girls nodded. Okay. Tang Mo asked, then what questions should we ask next? Xiao Jitong was turning his head to say, we have to discuss this when a yawning sound was heard. Everyone stiffened and turned to see the big turkey waking up from a deep sleep. After 5 minutes of sleep, the blood on the big turkey's wings had dried up and the wounds gradually scarred. She had a terrible resilience. Fu Wenduo had just cut off her wings but now the flesh was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was estimated that the wings would grow back but they wouldn't be as strong as before. She turned her head and saw the 7 chicks. The big turkey giggled. Coo, my lovely child. She seemed to be laughing but the voice was mixed with hatred and anger. She suffered from such a serious injury and almost accidentally killed the short-haired girl. The big turkey was no longer in the mood to play the loving mother. She stared angrily at the 7 players while her mouth spoke concerned words. The big turkey gritted her teeth. My child, mother is going to find a bug for you again. What do you want to eat this time? When she said, what do you want to eat, the big turkey's voice became heavier and her eyes stopped on the players. It seemed that as long as the Black Tower gave permission, the turkey wouldn't hesitate to jump up and eat all her children. Tang Mo had already thought about what questions to ask and stepped forward. His voice stopped. Tang Mo thought about it. From the beginning to the end of the game, Yuan is ranked first. The long-haired girl never thought that her name would come from Tang Mo's mouth. She looked at Tang Mo with astonishment and felt strange. The big turkey stared at Tang Mo with narrowed eyes. She couldn't forget that this human worked with the other one and almost cut off her wings. The big turkey sneered and looked at Xiao Jitong. My lovely child, what question do you have to ask this time? Xiao Jitong laughed. From the beginning to the end of the game. That is good. I would also like to ask. Mother, from the beginning to the end of the game, is Xiao Qiao ranked first? The big turkey stared at Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong with cold eyes. After a long while, she said, these are 2 really good questions. Mother will tell you, of course he is in second place. The big turkey pointed to Xiao Qiao. Then he turned to the girl with long hair. She is ranked 5th. Xiao Jitong nodded thoughtfully. He wanted to speak when the big turkey suddenly said, "Mother will go and catch a bug for you." When she turned to leave, her angry feet seemed to crack the ground. She was clearly in a hurry and no longer wanted to talk nonsense with this group of players. She couldn't wait to become an eagle and to tear these players into pieces. The sudden departure of the big turkey surprised the players for a moment, but they soon stopped paying attention. Everything must be well prepared. Xiao Jitong said, "As I guessed, Xiao Qiao is still in 2nd place. She doesn't seem to be lying. She is lying about the 5th place. The correct order should be fixed and unchanged. The reason for the change in the people she chases has nothing to do with the order of the queue. This time, there should be no problem with the order and we will end this absurd game." The group nodded. After a while, the long-haired girl suddenly thought. "Wait, Captain Xiao, if the order isn't right, won't the turkey start catching players again?" Xiao Jitong was silent for a moment before nodding. The long-haired girl's eyes widened. "The first time was the last place and then the second last place. The next time is me." Her voice stopped and the long-haired girl turned to her companion. "No, I'm not 5th place. 5th place is Xiaoyun." The short-haired girl paled and she bit her lips without talking. His bitten lips quickly started bleeding. In this game, no one could help her. Under normal circumstances, Tang Mo wouldn't watch the short-haired girl die and he would save her. But if the short-haired girl was being hunted by the fire turkey, he could only help her while protecting his life. The same was true for the other people. They could help the long-haired girl, but they knew they weren't the opponent of the big turkey. The short-haired girl didn't say anything. In the quiet supermarket, everyone was busy with their own things and no one took the initiative to comfort her. At this time, no one expected Ningning to suddenly speak. This game obviously has a trap. It is to mislead players into killing each other and to gain survival opportunities. However, more than 150 people died and no one cleared the instance. Therefore, killing a companion definitely isn't the final method of clearing the instance and the reduction of people might even have an impact on the queue. The short-haired girl quickly looked up at her. Ningning had no expression on her face but her words just hinted that at the very least, everyone wouldn't just watch her go to her death. This game obviously wasn't about killing companions and the death of their companions might lead to another trap. As for whether she became injured, it was her own problem. No one was obliged to help her. The two girls didn't pester the other players to help them. They searched through the supermarket and took out the few props they owned to increase their own chances of survival. Everyone was ready to line up and the 7 players gathered together. Tang Mo took out a pack of biscuits and handed one over to Ningning standing beside him. Ningning looked at Tang Mo with no expression and didn't say anything. Tang Mo said, "I found it in the corner of the supermarket and hasn't expired. Eating something might reduce your sense of anger." When Ningning had fought side by side with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, they found that due to this strange hunger, their speed and strength dropped. She didn't refuse and took 2 biscuits to eat. Xiao Jitong and the others also ate the biscuits. This feeling of hunger didn't diminish but at least everyone would be comforted psychologically. Xiao Jitong wondered, this hunger might be the chick's hunger. The chicks should have eaten the bugs long ago but we haven't found the right order and couldn't eat. This hunger will become stronger and stronger, causing our strength to drop and it will be harder to escape the big turkey. This game couldn't be dragged out to the end. The strength of normal players meant it was impossible for them to survive 3 rounds without killing their companions. It was impossible to continue and their spirits would collapse as the big turkey kept teasing them. The only answer was the sound of Tang Mo biting his biscuits. Fu Wenduo also took a biscuit from Tang Mo and ate it. Xiao Jitong smiled and shook his head, not saying anything else. knowing the reason wouldn't be any use. They would still be hungry and their strength would fall. 1 hour passed and the big turkey came back. This time, she was empty-handed. After careful observations, Tang Yamo found a tiny green bug. The big turkey was too lazy to even pretend this time. She just threw the bug on the ground and sneered. "Line up, my lovely children." The group didn't waste any time. Tang Yamo ate the last biscuit and stood in first place. Then it was Xiao Qiao and Xiao Jitong. The 7 players stood in their positions, staring warily at the big turkey. Once Ningning stood in the last spot, the big turkey laughed strangely. She didn't waste a second as she madly rushed towards Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo might have been prepared, but he still got a deep scratch on his hand. A clear child's voice was heard like a death horn. "Ding dong. Players have lined up wrong and the big turkey will become schizophrenic." Opening the side game, Eagle catches the chicks. Despair inevitably came. The short-haired girl's eyes became tearful and she ran without looking back. Fortunately, Tang Yamo was standing near the big turkey and she took the initiative to attack him, giving the short-haired girl time to escape. Tang Yamo used the small parasol to block several attacks, found an opportunity and fled. In the huge supermarket, the 7 players once again hid. The big turkey stood in the middle of the meat foods area and a pair of red eyes looked around. The next second, she ran wildly. There was a terrible laughter and the sound of 2 feet running in the supermarket. The big turkey laughed like a madman while looking for the players. "Come out, give yourselves to me. Kill you, I'm going to kill you." In the Eagle catches the chicks game, a hide-and-seek game suddenly started. The big turkey searched the first floor of the supermarket for 20 minutes without finding someone. She quickly ran to the second floor of the supermarket. Players couldn't leave the supermarket but they could walk anywhere in the supermarket. The short-haired girl trembled with fear as she squatted in the air duct of the supermarket, fear sweeping through her brain. After hearing the turkey run to the second floor, she sighed with relief, a drop of sweat falling from her forehead and down the duct towards the ground. She waited for the sound of the sweat hitting the ground, only to stiffen and slowly lower her head. Beneath the vent, the large and bloody turkey was standing, grinning up at her. The turkey raised her claws and caught the sweat. Her mouth slowly widened as she gently said, "My child. Mother is here." Boom! The turkey hit the ceiling with her claws and the short-haired girl fell to the ground. She didn't have time to hesitate or feel fear, instantly getting up and running. The big turkey played with her prey, chasing behind her. The short-haired girl ran away with all her strength, the big turkey following 1 meter behind her. The turkey kept this distance while attacking with her claws. The short-haired girl knew that the turkey was playing with her but didn't dare slow down. She was chased by the big turkey for half an hour. Her spirit was on the verge of despair and she was going to collapse at any time. Once there were only a few minutes left, a greedy light flashed in the turkey's eyes and she whispered, "Ku, I will eat you." The turkey swung her claw again. This time it wasn't a casual attack as she aimed to split apart the short-haired girl's head. The short-haired girl shouted with horror. "Help me!" Whoosh! A silver glow came from behind towards the big turkey's claws. The big turkey smiled and turned to see Ningning holding the bow. Immediately afterwards, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo attacked from the left and right sides. The little parasol opened and Fu Wenduo fired bullets. The bullet was the fastest, rubbing against the small parasol and forcing the big turkey to take a step back. The big turkey couldn't hide and the small parasol hit her body. Tang Yamo quickly ran up, picking up the small parasol from the ground while his other hand pulled Fu Wenduo forward, flinging Fu Wenduo into the air. Fu Wenduo flew 3 meters up towards the ceiling. He pushed against the ceiling and fell, the black dagger flashing from his sleeves and piercing the chest of the big turkey. Ku! Blood flowed from the big turkey's chest. The black tower was cheerfully counting down. 198, 197, 196. Time was running out. The big turkey turned to look at the short-haired girl and shouted, "Kill her." Tang Mo hurriedly opened the small parasol. Like the last time, he opened the parasol from the rear to pull back the turkey, not letting her go forward. He never thought that he only pulled the small parasol for 2 seconds when he noticed that the big turkey was no longer using strength. Tang Mo's heart had a bad feeling, but he didn't have time to say anything when he saw the big turkey use the force of the small parasol to rush to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo frowned and quickly responded. However, the attack of the big turkey was too sudden and his chest was cut by the big turkey, causing blood to flow down. His bones seemed to have been cut. Fu Wenduo kneeled on the ground, his eyes cold as he raised his hand to wipe the blood flowing from his mouth. The big turkey stood beside the shelf and said with a sinister smile, "Ku, kill him. Kill him." The big turkey rushed forward again, her target being Fu Wenduo. Chapter 85. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The big turkey smashed into Fu Wenduo, her huge wings waving in the air. Fu Wenduo was just wounded by her attack and now she struck again. Fu Wenduo moved to avoid the big turkey's sharp mouth but couldn't avoid the wings. Then a hand stretched out and pulled Fu Wenduo's waist. Tang Mo tried his best to pull Fu Wenduo back to avoid the big turkey's attack, but his arm was scratched by the big turkey. The big turkey kicked against the ground and struck again, not giving Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo the chance to react. Crashing sounds rang out in the supermarket. There were only 2 minutes left and the turkey became faster and more powerful, her roars making the player's scalp numb. Fu Wenduo's chest was wet with blood. Xiao Jitong and Ningning saw this and immediately rushed from the side. The 4 people fought the big turkey. Under the pressure of hunger, the players were weakened while the big turkey was stronger. Among the players, Fu Wenduo was the strongest, followed by Ningning and Tang Mo. Now Fu Wenduo was wounded and it was more difficult to defend against the big turkey. Everyone rushed out as the turkey opened her wings, wholeheartedly chasing Fu Wenduo. It was the last 10 seconds. The turkey roared angrily. Her wings danced and she flew into the sky, unexpectedly leaping over Tang Mo and Ningning, directly extending her claws to Fu Wenduo. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely as Tang Mo cried out, "Be careful." Before this, the big turkey had never flown and the group never thought she would fly. This blow was completely unexpected and couldn't be avoided by Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo moved as far as possible to avoid the big turkey's claws, while glaring at her. Since there was no escaping, a black dagger appeared in his hand and he faced the turkey head-on. As the black tower counted down to the last second, the 2 of them met in the air, the extremely fast speed almost surpassing Tang Mo's dynamic strength. He didn't see exactly what happened but Fu Wenduo fell heavily to the ground while the big turkey stiffened and stopped in midair. A clear child's voice was heard at the same time. Ding dong. The eagle catches the chick's game has ended. As soon as the voice finished, Fu Wenduo coughed and spat up blood. His ribs were broken and the bones stabbed his internal organs. The big turkey's last blow had directly hit his right abdomen and blood couldn't stop flowing from his mouth. Tang Mo ran quickly, taking out the earthworm's tear and sticking it to Fu Wenduo's chest. A warm white light flashed from Tang Mo's hands and Fu Wenduo's face returned to normal. He seemed to hear the sound of bones growing. As the light disappeared, Fu Wenduo's wound gradually healed. On the other side, the big turkey's wings split from her body and landed on the ground. The body of the big turkey shook but the game was over. She didn't make a sound as she stiffly walked forward and fell asleep on the ground. The attack of the big turkey was too sudden. No one expected that she would attack Fu Wenduo and used almost all her strength to kill him. They had a very good understanding that the game should have been over by now. The more questions that the players asked, the more information they got and the easier it was to determine the right order. With the big turkey's abilities, ordinary players couldn't support 3 rounds of fighting against her. After 3 rounds, everyone would lost combat effectiveness and could only wait for death. But Tang Mo and the other people hadn't died, and they could even be called vigorous. The snoring of the big turkey echoed in the supermarket, and Fu Wenduo's injury wasn't particularly serious. If their physical fitness wasn't limited, the earthworm's tear wouldn't have been needed. Of course, this seriousness was relative to Fu Wenduo. Other people, like the short-haired girl, would have died from the blow. Xiao Jitong brought out the mineral water to heal the wounded, his eyes on Fu Wenduo's black dagger for the moment. Fu Wenduo picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, making it disappear to an unknown place in the blink of an eye. The battle lasted for only 2 minutes, but it was even fiercer than the previous 2. The player's physical strength had dropped too much. The big turkey recharged her batteries and deliberately waited to the end, forcing the players to be on the defensive. The turkey was also becoming smarter, setting insidious traps for all players. Whether it was Tang Mo or Xiao Jitong, they weren't aware of the person that the big turkey really wanted to attack. Everyone was a bit injured. After 3 consecutive queuing errors, no one spoke as they silently healed up. Then there was a loud sound and the big turkey woke up. She felt the pain of her broken wings, opened her eyes and glared at Fu Wenduo. She stared quietly at Fu Wenduo, her eyes cold like she wanted to peel off his skin. After a long while, she giggled and walked to the players. "My lovely children, who knows? Why are my wings gone?" she asked, hatred in her eyes as she stared at Fu Wenduo. She looked at Fu Wenduo and gritted her teeth. "Child, where is mother's wings? Can you tell me?" The first question. A cold voice was heard from beside Fu Wenduo, causing the big turkey to turn her head. She saw Tang Mo coldly looking at her with his hands in his pocket. The group looked at him with astonishment, not expecting him to speak at this time. Tang Mo's voice was calm. "The first question, he is number 1. Tang Mo was referring to Fu Wenduo. The big turkey's fake smile stiffened on her face. She didn't answer for a bit before asking, "What is the second question, my lovely child?" She would only continue once all questions had been asked. Xiao Jitong was quickly thinking of the second question when he heard Tang Mo saying, "The second question, which one is he among the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth or seventh places?" Xiao Jitong looked at Tang Mo with surprise. Fu Wenduo was also startled before soon understanding. A glimmer of consternation flashed on the turkey's face and didn't find anything strange about these 2 questions. The 2 questions were essentially the same, asking if Fu Wenduo was ranked first. Unless Tang Mo was stupid, he wouldn't ask these questions for no reason. The big turkey thought for a long time and couldn't figure out anything. He smiled and said, "Child, don't you know that the same question can't be asked twice?" Tang Mo asked, "The Black Tower forbids players from asking the same question." The big turkey smiled and quickly said, "Mother is just worried that you will be at a disadvantage from asking the same question." Tang didn't speak and Xiao Jitong nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Tang Mo's actions, and although he didn't know what Tang Mo had found, he knew that Tang Mo had figured out the correct queuing order. Xiao Jitong just didn't know what it was yet. Xiao Jitong closed his eyes and carefully recalled everything that he experienced in this reality instance. From the beginning of the lining up, the first round of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, the questions that the players asked. What exactly did Tang Mo find in the end, and what was the correct order? Everything passed through his head before Xiao Jitong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. At this time, he heard Tang Mo ask a question that everyone felt was extremely strange. What happens when there is one person left in the game? The smile of the big turkey slowly disappeared. She looked at Tang Mo before laughing. "Good question. Dear child, your curiosity is really heavy. Mother thinks the second question is very interesting. The answer is very simple. Even if there is only one child left, mother likes a good child who lines up. You have to line up to eat the bugs. And for the first question. The big turkey's eyes rolled around and she seemed to be thinking about something. The next second, she shouted, "This child is in 5th place." Tang Mo's 2 questions made the big turkey feel very suspicious. She could guess what the players were thinking with the previous 4 questions. But now Tang Mo raised 2 questions that completely puzzled the big turkey. In particular, the second question was strange. Why did he ask what would happen when one player was left? Was this player ready to kill his teammates to get a chance to live? The big turkey vaguely felt that something was wrong and her heart filled with a strong sense of unease. She looked at the other players. Xiao Jitong watched the turkey with a smile. The man who cut her wings was standing beside the human who asked the strange questions with deep eyes. This was wrong. The big turkey wanted to run, or at least leave this place first. Mother will go to find you a bug. What do you want to eat? Why are you running? A low voice was heard. The big turkey was startled and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's lips curved and he watched the turkey calmly. Xiao Jitong laughed. The bug isn't dead yet. The turkey turned and looked at him. She saw Xiao Jitong pick up the small bug from the ground. The big turkey had casually brought this small bug to fool the big turkey. The small bug's vitality was tenacious and it was unexpectedly still alive compared to the 2 big bugs. Xiao Jitong said, "The queuing time is 1 hour, the eagle catches the chicken game is 1 hour. I don't think we need 1 hour to line up." He raised his head. "Can't we line up now?" The big turkey's expression transformed. She just prepared to open her mouth when the child's voice said cheerfully. "Ding dong. The player's queuing time is limited to 1 hour and there is no lower limit." The big turkey opened her mouth but didn't have time to speak as she was interrupted by Xiao Jitong. "Then we will line up." Of the 7 players present, the 2 little girls, Ningning and Xiao Qiao, were confused. Xiao Qiao pulled Xiao Jitong's clothes and whispered. "Captain, what's wrong? Don't we have to discuss how to line up? What is this?" Xiao Jitong didn't answer him. He turned and looked at Ningning. "You and Mr. Tang Ji will change positions." Ningning didn't know why they would change but she unconditionally believed in her captain. "Okay." Then Tang Mo's voice was heard. "The 2 of you will also change positions." The 2 little girls looked ignorantly at Tang Mo. They didn't understand anything and could only nod. The big turkey was listening to this. She didn't know who Tang Ji was but these players were ignoring her and arranging the order of the 4th lining up. What the hell was going on? Did they already know the right order? No one. These 2 questions were nothing special and the big turkey had thought carefully before replying. The big turkey asked, "My child, are you so impatient to line up to eat the bug?" Tang Mo agreed. "Yes, mother." The big turkey. Xiao Jitong often batted his eyes and called the big turkey mother, but this was the first time for Tang Mo. The big turkey didn't feel any warmth and couldn't help panicking in her heart. She wasn't very smart in the monster world, nor was she particularly powerful. It was sinister enough and powerful like the Iron Shoemaker to become a boss of the reality instance. The big turkey wanted to say something. In fact, it felt that this group of players couldn't suddenly line up in the wrong order. Now 2 irrelevant questions were asked and the turkey suddenly understood. However, she didn't have time to talk before Tang Mo stood in front of her. Tang Mo had stood in front of her 2 times but this time the big turkey let out a breath. It felt like something wasn't the same as before. The blond boy touched his head and muttered, "What does the captain and this man want to do?" But he still walked over to the 2nd position. He was followed by Xiao Jitong, the short haired girl. The cold-faced Ningning stood in 6th place. No matter what she felt in her herd, she had no expression on her face as she stood coldly in place. The last one was Fu Wenduo. He walked over calmly to stand behind Ningning. Just before Fu Wenduo was about to stand in place, the big turkey's eyes opened and he said loudly, "Wait, my child, mother just lied to you. He isn't the fifth person at all. In fact, he is first. Yes, he is first." Fu Wenduo smiled like he hadn't heard the lie and headed straight to the last position. Once the 7 players stood in place, the big turkey's eyes widened to the maximum and the remaining wings shook. The next second, the child's voice was heard. Ding dong. The players have lined up correctly and completed the main mission. Obedient children have to eat bugs. The reality instance, a gold or silver nest isn't as good as your own nest, is cleared and the reward, my chicken nest, has been acquired. Tip. This reward is automatically obtained after the children eats the bug. Their hunger disappeared and everyone clearly felt that their abilities had come back. The 2 little girls were still immersed in the shock of clearing the instance while the little boy was amazed. He looked back and forth 3 times and couldn't see why this line was right. Ningning also didn't understand anything but snorted coldly. Then they remembered what the Black Tower had just said. The people looked at the big on the ground and gulped, their backs cold. A variety of complex emotions flashed in the big turkey's heart after hearing that the Black Tower game had ended. She looked at the wing that had fallen to the ground not far away and finally looked at the 7 players. Hatred filled her eyes as she looked over Tang Yamo, Fu Wenduo, Xiao Jitong and the others. It was like she was memorizing their appearances before she waved her wing and turned to leave. At this moment, a male voice was heard from behind her. "Where are you going?" "Coo." The big turkey was stunned and she turned to look at Tang Yamo. She saw this seemingly delicate human smile before a huge match suddenly appeared in his hands. The big turkey stared in horror at this familiar match and ran away. But the next moment, Fu Wenduo grabbed his right hand and a black weapon replaced it. Fu Wenduo moved faster than before. He was almost like black lightning as he rushed to the turkey. Ningning was stunned for a second before also rushing. Tang Yamo sighed and the huge match head rubbed against the ground, causing a brilliant flame. Coo. 5 minutes later, the little girls watched the 4 players sitting around the fire in a complicated manner. The only ones sitting down were Tang Yamo, Fu Wenduo, Xiao Jitong and Ningning. Even the little boy was shocked and didn't dare sit. The seductive smell of fresh meat being cooked filled the supermarket. The spluttering of the flames filled the players' hearts as a drop of oil fell from the fresh turkey, dripping into the flames and making a wonderful sizzling sound. Xiao Qiao and the 2 girls stared at the roasting turkey, madly swallowing their saliva. Ningning cut the tender and juicy turkey with a knife and handed it to Xiao Qiao with an expressionless face. "Didn't you say that you wanted to eat turkey?" "Oh, it isn't cooked yet." "Wait." Then she threw the turkey piece into the fire. Xiao Qiao. 5 minutes ago, this was a living and talking turkey. She could speak and wasn't a regular turkey. The little boy couldn't accept it. The big turkey was too human. Like and could speak. At this time, Tang Yamo tore off a piece of cooked turkey meat. He chewed on it and said casually, "After eating this, I feel more powerful. It is like my physical fitness has increased a level." Xiao Qiao. The 2 little girls. 1 minute later, the 7 players sat around the roasting turkey, waiting for it to be cooked. While the turkey was roasting, the short-haired girl finally couldn't help looking at Tang Yamo. She asked curiously, "Mr. Victor, can I ask why the last order was correct? If the order of the team is the same, in the first eagle catches the chicks game, the big turkey." The short-haired girl smelt the tempting turkey smell and turned to look at the roasting turkey. She gulped and forgot what she wanted to say. After a while, her spirit recovered. Why did it try to catch Mississippi Ningning the first time? Isn't she second last? The author has something to say. Xiao Qiao and the two little girls. We aren't eating it because it is too delicious and fragrant. It is because we can enhance our strength by eating it. It is to enhance our strength. Tang Tang Old Fu. Is this turkey our Valentine's Day dinner? Chapter 86. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. After entering the Big Turkey's reality instance, the players had lined up 4 times. The last time they lined up correctly and the game was cleared. The first time, they had no clues about the game and decided to queue in the order they entered the game. In that Eagle Catches the Chicks game, the Big Turkey desperately chased after Ning Ning and struck Ning Ning seriously in the last second of the game, almost causing her death. The Big Turkey couldn't hide her desire to kill Ning Ning, and Tang Mo determined there was a certain order to the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, identifying Ning Ning as the last player in the queue. The short-haired girl wasn't particularly clever, but she tried hard to think. At that time, I remember that Mr. Victor and Captain Xiao thought that Sister Ning Ning was ranked last. But now we know that Mr. Tang Ji is actually the last person. Why did the Big Turkey catch Sister Ning Ning at that time? Is it? The short-haired girl's eyes brightened. The Big Turkey deliberately misled us. There were 3 rounds of Eagle Catches the Chicks. The first target was Ning Ning and the last 2 were Fu Wen Duo. The Big Turkey tried her best to catch the chick but didn't manage to kill a chick at all. Perhaps it was pretending to catch a person to mislead the players and let the players find the wrong order. The short-haired girl thought her guess was correct. The turkey deliberately misled us by trying to catch Sister Ning Ning. But she didn't kill Sister Ning Ning in the end. This type of behavior made his mistakenly think that Sister Ning Ning is in last place. Xiao Jitong stated, "Your guess isn't impossible. It is probably 20% likely." The short-haired girl was stunned. Xiao Jitong said, "Previously, over 100 people played this game and none survived. Most players certainly didn't find the rules of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game. After all, this is a reality instance in Nanjing." The 2 little girls were confused while Tang Mo heard this and looked up at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong didn't care about not talking about a family scandal and spoke bluntly. The Earth has been online for over 4 months. I don't know about the specific level of players in other cities, but the level of Nanjing players must be below average in China. There is the Nanjing Group and the Nanjing Strategy Group, so players in Nanjing don't need to work as hard to survive. They have too little experience with games. If more than 100 people could think of something, our strategy group wouldn't need to exist. The 2 female high school students were Nanjing players and understood Xiao Jitong's meaning, causing them to lower their heads with shame. In fact, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, but they couldn't help feeling like this. Especially in front of 2 non-Nanjing players, Fu Wen Duo and Tang Mo. The 3 months period would soon be up. In at least 1 month, all players in Nanjing must attack the tower once. The Black Tower would force them to attack the tower and no one could save them. This was why the 2 high school students previously joined a Black Tower game. They wanted to become stronger. Xiao Jitong continued. The game had just started and this Big Turkey didn't know our strength. She is also very arrogant. In the first round of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, the Big Turkey was very contemptuous towards us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen so easily into Xiao Qiao's traps. She didn't fall into the traps after that. Her contempt means that she didn't think we could detect the truth of the Eagle Catches the Chicks at once. Therefore, there is a 70% possibility that she really wanted to catch Ning Ning the first time. It is 80%. A male voice was heard, causing Xiao Jitong to look over. Tang Mo was carefully roasting the turkey. He turned the juicy turkey over and said, "She thinks that we can't guess the truth of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game. She despises not just our minds, but also our strength. She really was trying to kill Ning Ning." Xiao Jitong smiled and didn't speak anymore, indicating that he agreed with this point of view. The short-haired girl was confused. Then she should catch Mr. Tang Ji, not Sister Ningning. Tang Yamo looked at this serious girl. Nanjing's players had the refuge of a strong player, like they were living in a greenhouse. They experienced too little wind and rain, making their strength generally weak. These two girls were already good enough. They didn't completely lose their fighting spirit or beg to be sheltered by the strong. However, they couldn't compare to many of Shanghai's reserves or even the players who could kill players without blinking an eye. Still, the two girls didn't give up. The short-haired girl really wanted to know the answer so that she could improve her strength and make up for her own shortcomings. At the very least, she wasn't hopeless. Tang Yamo thought this and explained, the original Eagle Catches the Chicks game must have at least 3 characters in order to play the game. The first is the eagle, the second is the chick and the last is the hen. Who do you think was the hen in the game just now? The long-haired girl thought quickly. The first place person is always the hen. Then are you the hen? Tang Yamo shook his head. The short-haired girl wondered, is it Mr. Tang Ji? The big turkey attacked him. The hen wanted to protect the chicks and would fight the eagle. Tang Yamo stated, it is the big turkey. What? No one thought this would be the answer. The big turkey turned into the eagle, but the black tower always suggested that she is our mother. She became an eagle because of schizophrenia. She is essentially the hen. As the eagle, she must start to catch from the last chick. In our first round of lining up, our order was you, her, Mr. Xiao Jitong, Xiao Qiao. Tang Mo's voice echoed in the empty supermarket. Fu Wenduo and Xiao Jitong already understood the truth of this game and only the remaining 4 were confused. The 2 girls listened carefully while Xiao Qiao also looked at Tang Yamo. They all wanted to know the real answer. In fact, things were very simple. At first, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo thought that Ningning was the last chick because she was the big turkey's first target. In the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, the first one caught must be the last chick. This logic didn't have any mistakes. The only thing they were wrong about was the presence of the big hen in the game. The turkey changed into the eagle, but she was still essentially the big hen. She wanted to protect her children, but according to the rules of the Black Tower, she lost her sense of reason and wanted to eat chicks. Then how could she protect her children? Line up to eat bugs, this was what the big turkey said in her identity as the hen. Yes, only the chicks who lined up would receive the big turkey's blessing. In her schizophrenic state, she wouldn't attack the child who lined up correctly. She would only attack the wrong chicks because she can't recognize them as her child. This was the underlying rule of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game. From back to front, the first chick in the wrong position was the one that the eagle would catch. The first time they lined up, Fu Wenduo was last and Tang Mo was second last. Fu Wenduo was in the right position while the second last person should be Ningning. Therefore, the big turkey didn't recognize her child and madly chased after Ningning in order to kill this chick. In the next 2 queues, Ningning was lined up last while Fu Wenduo was second to last. At this point, Fu Wenduo was the first person to be in the wrong position, so he ended up being chased by the turkey. Tang Mo, in fact, we should have thought about it after the big turkey tried to kill Tang Ji the second time the order was wrong. It proves that there is a loophole in our speculation about the Eagle Catches the Chicks game. We shouldn't have taken it for granted that the killing order was pushed forward. The reason was indeed somewhat far-fetched. At this time, Tang Mo and the others only thought about the surface of the problem and didn't carry out a logical thinking to the second layer of logic. The big turkey really wanted to catch the first chick who was in the wrong position from the rear of the line. Official players, reserves and stowaways. The reason why the Black Tower made this the order of lining up was to make it easier for the big turkeys to eat the stowaway. The least likely to die from this order were the official players. The Black Tower disliked stowaways. When they first determined the order of the queue, Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong didn't say it, but they defaulted to this fact. It was precisely because the Black Tower hated stowaways and recognized official players that it would make the order of official player, reserve player and stowaway. The most likely to die were the stowaways and the most likely to survive were the official players. This method of queuing was very much in line with the Black Tower's preferences and rules. Tang Mo was ranked first because he cleared the second floor of the Black Tower and was stronger than the little boy. He was also recognized by the Black Tower, so he was in first place. Xiao Jitong was the first among the reserves because he cleared the Black Tower's second floor and became an official player. This was also recognized by the Black Tower. They weren't sure about the location of the two girls, but their main mistake was the position of Ningning and Fu Wenduo. Ningning and Fu Wenduo had both cleared the Black Tower's second floor and were stowaways. The order between the two of them was too difficult to decide. Ningning was very strong and the Black Tower also hunted her. Tang Mo believed in his heart that the Black Tower is more likely to want to kill Fu Wenduo than Ningning, but he didn't dare blindly believe in this subjective thought. His logical reasoning let him believe in the rules of the eagle catches the chicks and he dismissed it twice. Fortunately, their final order was correct. After Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong's explanation, the two little girls finally understood the truth of the game. Xiao Qiao suddenly realized something and was shocked. Wait, then during our third round of questions, the big turkey said I was second and this sister was in fifth place. Both answers were right. The little boy finally realized. The turkey was cheating. In the first two rounds of questioning, the big turkey only gave one correct answer. When they asked the third round of questions, the players took it for granted that the big turkey would lie in one of the questions. In fact, the turkey succeeded. She misled Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong into placing the short-haired girl fifth and the long-haired girl fourth. The 7 people sat around the fire. The big turkey was dead and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Xiao Jitong said, "You explained all your reasons, but there is still one thing I have doubts about." Xiao Jitong smiled at Tang Mo, "Mr. Victor, there are really no clues about the order of these two girls and nothing can be inferred. I want to know. How did you know their positions?" Everyone looked at Tang Mo. The two girls stared at him curiously, also wanting to know how this player magically guessed their positions. Tang Mo was in front of Xiao Qiao because he cleared the second floor, Xiao Jitong was ahead of the two girls because he became an official player, the order of Fu Wenduo and Ningning was revealed in the 3 rounds of Eagle Catches the Chicks. Then what about them? Why was the short-haired girl in fourth and the long-haired girl in fifth? Xiao Qiao helplessly stared at Tang Mo while Ningning pretended to be indifferent, but she was also quietly looked at Tang Mo. They saw Tang Mo calmly stand up and walk to a pile of fluffy feathers, that was pulled off the big turkey. Then he bent down and picked up a small bug from the ground. The tenacious bug still wasn't dead and struggled in Tang Mo's hands. Tang Mo returned to the fire, placed the bug on the ground and then without any expression. He killed it with one hit. Xiao Jitong, dot. Ningning, dot. Xiao Qiao, dot. The two little girls, dot. Even Fu Wenduo was stunned. Then his lips curved and he gazed at Tang Mo with his deep eyes. Fu Wenduo held out his hand. "Give it here." Tang Mo nodded and handed it over. Fu Wenduo handled the bug even faster than Tang Mo. He ground it into powder and then sprinkled the powder over the tempting turkey. A few screams rang out as the two little girls and Xiao Qiao stared with horrified eyes. "You! What are you doing?" Even Ningning's mouth was gaping open as she watched Fu Wenduo sprinkling the bug on the turkey's corpse. Tang Mo spoke casually, "We can only get the reward after eating the bug. Don't you want the reward? Or do you want to eat the bug directly?" Everyone who just remembered the Black Tower's clearance reward, dot. Eating the bug compared to grinding it to powder and sprinkling it over the roasting turkey. Everyone was silent that it was better to eat the bug-flavored roast turkey. The big turkey was gradually cooked and Tang Mo cut the leg with a knife. He took the turkey leg and ate it, not showing any consideration to the children. Fu Wenduo had no interest in eating the turkey. He helped kill the turkey because he found that Tang Mo wanted to kill her. Once he found that eating one piece of turkey compared to eating a lot was the same when it came to improving physical ability, he lowered his knife and stopped eating the turkey. The ones who ate the most were the two little girls and Xiao Qiao. In 3 minutes, the huge turkey was carved up by 7 players. The next moment, the bug was eaten and the clear child's voice rang in their ears. Ding dong. The "My chicken nest" reward has been obtained. Tang Mo's hand turned over and a small chicken nest appeared in his palm. Tang Mo quietly raised his head and looked at the closest person, Xiao Jitong. His eyes flashed when he saw the nest in the other person's hand. Tang Mo calmly put the nest into his pocket and didn't directly check the effect of the prop. Eat the big turkey and acquire the instance's prop. The reality instance of the big turkey finally ended. 2 little girls kept thanking Xiao Jitong's group. The short-haired girl would have died in the instance without the banana wine. She kept stating that as long as she lived, she would find a way to get banana wine and repay them. Before leaving, the 2 girls also thanked Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo again. However, there was a hint of vigilance and fear in their eyes. The game was over and they weren't teammates anymore. It could be said that in the big turkey game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo weren't considered teammates and it was a temporary alliance at most. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had the strength to kill them but didn't do so. They also helped everyone win the game together. The 2 girls were very grateful. Once the thanks ended, they left without turning back. The sky was dark and they needed to find a place to rest. The 2 little girls left and only Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo and Xiao Jitong's trio were left in the supermarket. The 5 people walked out of the supermarket together. The sun was currently setting. It might be the evening of the next day. The slightly warm spring breeze blew against their faces and the sun cast long shadows of the 5 people. Tang Mo kept his hands in his pocket. He walked by Fu Wenduo's side and the 2 men stepped forward to leave. Just then, a laughing voice was heard. "Mr. Victor, Mr. Tang Ji, you haven't answered my question. Why were you so sure about the positions of the 2 girls in the line?" Tang Mo's footsteps stopped and he turned around. At the entrance of the supermarket, a gentle and handsome man looked at Tang Mo with a smile. Xiao Jitong's eyes contained no malice but there was a deep expression in them. If there was a question he didn't understand, this person would always have an attitude of suspicion. He could give a reasonable answer to every one of Tang Mo's speculations except for this one. Why were the 2 girls in this order? Why did Tang Mo ask those 2 questions at the end? What exactly did he find from the 2 questions that gave him such a definite answer? In the warm sunset, Xiao Jitong smiled softly while Tang Mo looked at him indifferently. The 2 people looked at each other for a long time, Tang Mo's finger tapping something in his pocket. He seemed to be knocking on something. In addition to reading lips, Ningning's hearing was actually very amazing. She listened for a moment and thought that Tang Mo might be knocking on the chicken nest. Tang Mo smiled. "Captain Xiao, I am like you and also believe in intuition." Xiao Jitong was stunned and soon understood Tang Mo's meaning. Xiao Jitong had said the same thing when they lined up the second time. Fu Wenduo asked why he wanted the short-haired girl in front of the long-haired girl and Xiao Jitong replied, "I believe in my intuition." In fact, Xiao Jitong, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo knew that they arranged it like this because they thought that the short-haired girl was stronger than the long-haired girl. Now Tang Mo used this reason to shut Xiao Jitong's mouth. Xiao Jitong finally closed his lips and shook his head with a smile. Tang Mo's reason really made him speechless. He knew that Tang Mo didn't rely on intuition but he had no way to refute it. At this moment, Xiao Jitong never imagined that in Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's pockets, a turkey egg was faintly shining. It had been flashing for an entire hour and the two owners chose not to load the file, causing the saving time to be over. Regardless of any questions he asked the big turkey, Tang Mo knew that he couldn't determine the correct order of the two girls. Apart from his subjective determination of how was weak and strong, the positions of these two girls couldn't be known. The insidious turkey wouldn't tell them the most important information, so after the third round of the Eagle Catches the Chicks game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo unanimously decided to open the archiver. They already knew the order of the other 5 people and it was a 1 in 2 chance. Either the short-haired girl was in 4th or the long-haired girl was. They had a chance to do it again and they absolutely wouldn't lose. Therefore, the questions became inconsequential. Tang Mo asked 3 questions. The first 2 questions were essentially the same because he wanted to know how the big turkey would answer if a player asked 2 identical questions. The answer was that players couldn't ask the same question and the big turkey would let them change the question. The second time, Tang Mo wanted to know what would happen when there was only one player left. More than 150 people had died here and there would certainly be times when a player was the only one left. What happened in the end since the person didn't survive? The big turkey gave Tang Mo an ambiguous answer, but Tang Mo vaguely guessed the last truth. Once a player lived to the end after killing their teammates, the big turkey would tell them in a loving and ruthless tone, "Child, you have to line up to eat the bug." They had to line up from beginning to end. No matter how many teammates died, they still had to line up. There was only one person left, so that one person had to stand in line with corpses. This game didn't care about how many people could survive. There was only one way to win. Line up and eat the bug. This was also the first question that Tang Mo asked the big turkey and she didn't lie. It was the final truth. In this world dominated by the Black Tower, having a trusted teammate was the greatest fortune. Tang Mo recalled the bloody and violent big turkey and understood that without powerful masters like Fu Wenduo and Ningning, it would be really difficult to survive this game. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked quickly and were about to disappear around the corner when a voice was heard behind them. "Mr. Fu." Fu Wenduo stopped. The sun sank below the horizon as Fu Wenduo turned to look at Xiao Jitong. Tang Mo heard this and also turned around to warily stare at Xiao Jitong, Xiao Qiao and Ningning. The little boy looked like he didn't understand what was going on. Ningning's hand was on her crossbow, ready to attack. Xiao Jitong was smiling the whole time. Fu Wenduo's lips curved. "Captain Xiao, what's the matter?" Xiao Jitong smiled. "I think you wanted something from us. Is it my mistake? You know that I suspect that killing players won't be able to clear the game, and that it is impossible to take anyone's life. Therefore, you deliberately revealed your names and confessed to us." Xiao Jitong paused before laughing. "Mr. Tang Ji is China's strongest stowaway Fu Wenduo and you are the very powerful Mr. Tang Mo. The two of you suddenly appeared in Nanjing. You shouldn't be just casually passing by." The little boy was stunned after hearing Fu Wenduo before crying out, "He is Fu Wenduo." Ningning replied coldly, "Yes." Xiao Qiao wondered, "Then why didn't I know?" Ningning answered, "Because you are stupid." Xiao Qiao. Xiao Jitong stated, "You should have something you want to do in Nanjing. Tell us and we will see if we can help in this matter. You must want to use the strength of our Nanjing strategy group or the Nanjing group to do something." "My guess." Xiao Jitong touched his chin and pretended to think for a moment. "Is it to find someone?" Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Xiao Jitong laughed. "You are really looking for someone." Xiao Jitong just finished speaking when Ningning let out a sound of realization. Her eyes changed and she spoke in a strange tone, "That kid always said that he didn't know Fu Wenduo. He said that Fu Wenduo is a bastard and that if he sees Fu Wenduo, he will cut him into 100 pieces. He hates Fu Wenduo for pulling him into the tower attack game. Shouldn't he have no relationship with Fu Wenduo? Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo. Fu Wenqing sneezed after just exiting an instance. He touched his nose and looked at his teammates. Shouldn't the weather be warming up? The author has something to say. Xiao Fu. Older brother, listen to my explanation, please listen to my explanation. Whoa, I didn't tell other people to beat you up. I was just cutely venting my anger. Old Fu. Reach out, Tang Tang. Hands over a whip, Xiao Fu. Wow. Cries. I have such a brother QAQ. Chapter 87. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. In the Big Turkey's reality instance, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo took the initiative to violently expose his own name. In fact, Tang Mo's name wasn't very important. He wasn't famous in Nanjing and the Black Tower hadn't published his name to the world. He might have been the first to clear the Black Tower in difficult mode, but the Black Tower reported the name as Momo and only the world's most powerful players had heard it. But Fu Wenduo's name was different. He was the first to open the tower attack game, pulling all Chinese players inside. He was also the first to clear the Black Tower's second floor, causing his name to fill the hearts of players around the world. Finally, he was a stowaway. If it wasn't for the turkey egg and becoming familiar with Fu Wenduo in advance, he would have looked at Fu Wenduo through tinted glasses when they first met. Through a previous agreement, they first exposed Tang Mo's name and determined there wasn't any problem with Xiao Jitong trio. Afterwards, they slightly mentioned Fu Wenduo's name. As Xiao Jitong said, the Big Turkey seemed like players could survive by killing their teammates. However, everyone understood that when there was only one person left, the game wouldn't be cleared. Killing teammates absolutely wouldn't win the game. No one knew why it was impossible to win with this method, but Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong's cautious personalities meant they wouldn't take the chance. If it wasn't necessary as a last resort, they wouldn't give up on their teammates, let alone kill their teammates. That's why Xiao Jitong decisively used the banana wine to save the short-haired girl. This was also one reason why they pretended not to know anything after hearing Tang Mo's name. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo knew that the Nanjing Strategy Group had a 50% chance of being trustworthy. At the very least, the trio wouldn't expose their names. This probability increased to 60% after learning that Ningning was a stowaway. Once their names were exposed, Xiao Jitong led the 5 people to the base of the Nanjing Strategy Group. Xiao Jitong laughed while walking. The situation in Nanjing must be different from the outside. I haven't left Nanjing after the Earth went online, but I can guess that cities outside haven't established a good order. In any stage, a regular social order can only be established and the ruling class has a strong and irresistible force. Tang Mo heard the other meaning behind Xiao Jitong's words. Nanjing has such a powerful force. Xiao Jitong nodded. In fact, it doesn't necessarily have to be too strong. It just needs to be enough to make some people feel it isn't good to take action. This isn't confidential information. You don't know it because your time in Nanjing is too short. If you had spent a few more days in Nanjing, you would know the specifics. It wasn't a big deal to say it, so Xiao Jitong didn't hesitate. He spoke directly. Have you ever wondered why Xiao Qiao has so many props? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at the little blond boy who proudly raised his chin. Xiao Jitong recognized Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's identities, so the young boy no longer doubted them. He saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looking at him and confidently spoke. The strength of each member of the Nanjing Strategy Group might not be as high as yours, but our props and weapons are definitely much more than yours. The little boy stretched out his hands and tried to make as big a circle as possible. Xiao Jitong explained, we do have a lot of props and there are more props at our base. Most of the props weren't obtained by us from Black Tower games. Xiao Jitong remained silent to highlight the climax. Tang Mo carefully thought about the meaning of these words. He vaguely caught a bit of truth when he heard a deep voice from his side. Your props were given by others. Xiao Jitong agreed. Yes. Our props are from all the players in Nanjing. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow with surprise. Xiao Jitong continued the explanation. Previously, I said that Nanjing has a strong reserve player who established an organization, telling the information of all instances while also acting as a deterrent to indiscriminate killing in Nanjing. This organization has no direct relationship with our Nanjing strategy group and is called the Nanjing Group. Xiao Jitong smiled as he explained the situation in Nanjing to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Soon after the Earth went online, Tang Mo discovered that there were three major players in the world. Official players, reserve players and stowaways. Official players and stowaways must have abilities, while reserve players can have abilities and they would become official players after clearing the first floor of the Black Tower. This didn't mean that reserve players couldn't have abilities. Chen Shanshan was a reserve but she had a powerful ability that made even the abilities book sigh. The same was true for the reserves in Nanjing. Xiao Jitong said, his ability is very powerful. In terms of strength, Ningning isn't his opponent at all. But there are pros and cons. The Nanjing group's leader only has strength. He can't do anything when he encounters an instance that can't be cleared with strength or if he meets a Black Tower monster stronger than him. He isn't very good at playing games. Xiao Jitong used the phrase, his body is developed but his mind is simple, to explain the most powerful reserve player in Nanjing. Xiao Qiao smiled while listening to his words. Ningning's expression was unchanged as she spoke calmly, if the Chai team heard that you called him stupid, they won't stop. Xiao Jitong seemed to have heard nothing. He didn't blink as he continued, in summary, the Nanjing group is indeed strong. However, they need an organization that provides information about the Black Tower, advising them and telling them how to play the game according to the Black Tower's preferences. This is our Nanjing strategy group. Tang Mo roughly guessed the truth. You are in an employment relationship with them. You will clear the very dangerous games, such as the Big Turkey game, reducing the danger to Nanjing players. At the same time, the information of the game will be sold to the Nanjing group, letting them know more about Black Tower games. Tang Mo paused and asked, the currency for the sale is props. Yes. Now Tang Mo completely understood. This was why Xiao Jitong's group entered the Big Turkey's instance despite knowing it was very dangerous. It was because the instance was so dangerous and more than 100 people died that the strategy group entered. The little boy prepared a lot of props early on just for the sake of clearing the instance. The Nanjing strategy group could easily get props from other people but they couldn't avoid danger. They made a living dancing on the edge of the blade. Then Tang Mo learned from Xiao Jitong's mouth that the Nanjing group didn't release information to the players for free. Like a tax, every 1 month, players had to hand over a certain number of props to the Nanjing group as a protection fee. The more information they received, the more props they would have to hand over. Information about the entrances to normal instances didn't need to pay with props, they could be obtained free of charge. It was only some important information that required a protection fee. The Nanjing group got props from thousands of players and the Nanjing strategy group received props from the Nanjing group. The 5 people kept walking and gradually moved away from the prosperous urban area in Nanjing. The Black Tower was suspended about the statue of Sun Yat-sen in Xinjiku, heavily pressing against the earth. The 5 people turned their backs to it and moved to a sparsely populated place. In the distance, Tang Mo saw a large food processing factory and recognized the golden characters outside the factory. At this time, Xiao Jitong smiled. We've arrived. The Black Tower's second floor, Snow White's small forest. 2 skinny middle-aged men were running with all their strength. They moved through the branches and thorns in front of them, the sharp tree needles stabbing in the backs and cutting their bodies. But they didn't stop to look as they kept running forward. Once they reached a giant cedar tree, Wang Yingui stopped first. He placed one hand on the stout cedar trunk and gasped for breath. No, no. Old Niao, I can't run anymore. I will die if I run anymore. You run away. I can't run, I definitely won't run. After listening to this, old Meow sat down directly. His face was red from running and his dry lips were white. He leaned against the trunk and said, I can't run either. Ingui, you run. Let him kill me. It's okay if I die, I won't run away anymore. The two people disregarded anything else and directly sat under the tree to rest. However, they were still afraid. After resting for 3 minutes, Wang Yingui and Old Meow looked at each other before quickly finding a secluded bush and hid in it. The defense vegetation blocked their bodies. They held their breaths and cautiously watched. A cold wind blew through the forest and the leaves rustled. The sun was slowly rising in the sky and night was dispelled, revealing the bright morning. They waited for half an hour before Wang Yingui's heart was filled with joy. He couldn't help asking, Did he leave? Old Meow also trembled. We are just two unimportant people. He finished the tower attack game and no longer wants to chase us. The people looked at each other and found that it was highly likely. Wang Yingui swallowed the saliva in his mouth. We are teammates and humans. He might be a stowaway, but clearing the Black Tower's second floor is probably more important than killing us. He must be gone, surely. I'm not a stowaway. Wang Yingui nodded. He doesn't look like a stowaway, but he is so fierce. His voice stopped. Wang Yingui felt the blood inside him stiffen as he looked up slowly. Old Meow also paled and raised his head. On the cedar tree, the pale dot-faced young man was sitting on the branch and smiling down at them. No one knew how long he had been sitting there. The Wang Yingui duo looked at each other while the baby dot-faced youth cocked his head and giggled. I am an official player. The next moment. Oh! Wang Yingui and Old Meow screamed and ran out of the bush at the fastest speed. But Bai Ruoyao was faster than them. A silver light swept through the air, as graceful as a flying butterfly. The slender silver knife cut Wang Yingui's left cheek and then Old Meow's right ear. Bai Ruoyao's seemingly gentle move caused a thin line of red to appear on Wang Yingui and Old Meow's faces. This scar was a bit funny, as if someone had stood Wang Yingui and Old Meow side by side, drawing a straight line from left to right. Next, Bai Ruoyao kicked the chests of the two players, directly forcing them to the ground. Wang Yingui was so frightened he couldn't speak and tears emerged. He turned to look and saw that his good brother, Old Meow, was already crying as he exclaimed, Brother, big brother. We were wrong. We shouldn't have plotted against you, so please spare us. We will give all our props to you, so please spare our lives. Wang Yingui quickly learned from his companion and knelt down. Brother, please spare our lives. Bai Ruoyao's fingers moved, his knife disappearing between his fingertips. He looked at the two players shivering while begging for mercy. His lips twitched and he made a wronged expression. But you really hurt me. He placed his hand on his chest and made a heart shape. I just entered the game with strangers. I wanted to cooperate and work together with my teammates. You don't know how sore I was when you plotted against me. I was so good to you and we had no quarrel. But you clearly backstabbed me. Wang Yingui cried out, it was our fault, our fault. Big brother, please. You are good to us. Mr. B, you are good to us. We have no quarrel. Wang Yingui was so angry it felt like smoke was rising from his head. When he and Old Meow teamed up to clear the Black Tower's second floor, they opened their eyes and saw two strange players. One of them died from the Black Tower monster's hand while the other player was the baby dot-faced youth who kept smiling. Wang Yingui kept feeling like this man was familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then once the youth spoke in his enigmatic voice, Wang Yingui finally understood. Damn, this is Mr. B who I want to kill with 1,000 knives. Mr. A and Mr. B weren't Black Tower monsters. The glasses man had already told this to all the players. Wang Yingui hated that when he entered the instance, he was caught by Mr. B and thrown into the monster cage. He was a ball for the big mouse and was kicked around for 3 days and 3 nights. Mr. A and Mr. B also stole all the rewards that belonged to players. This meant that Wang Yingui and Old Miao were kicked around by the mouse for 3 days and 3 nights without receiving anything. Mr. B might have covered his face with a mask, but Wang Yingui could never forget this type of strange laugh. This was him, the perverted Mr. B. At the beginning of the game, Bai Ruoyao had smiled while looking at the 2 players. He was curious as to why these 2 men suddenly felt such strong hatred towards him but didn't ask for an explanation. He just watched them with relish and let them develop their plan. Finally, it developed into him chasing these 2 players. Wang Yingui and Old Miao bowed their heads and could only beg Mr. B to not kill them. After all, in the circus instance, Mr. B hadn't killed them and threw them into the monster cage to act as a ball. Maybe Mr. B wouldn't kill them this time. It is rare for players like you to be so naive. Hee, perhaps you think that I'm not going to kill you. Wang Yingui and Old Miao's bodies stiffened. What makes you so helpful? Where did I give you this illusion and why do you hate me so much? Oh, is it because I'm too handsome? Bai Ruoyao asked very seriously. The Wang Yingui duo didn't dare refute it. They sweated as a cold knife suddenly appeared at Wang Yingui's throat. Wang Yingui stared fearfully at Mr. B, his legs trembling. At this time, he heard Mr. B's voice ask coldly, "Who did you mistake me for?" Wang Yingui was stunned. Next, Wang Yingui and Old Miao poured out everything they knew. They realized that this person really wasn't Mr. B and mercilessly scolded Mr. B, hoping that the baby-faced youth would spare their lives. Bai Ruoyao heard that someone was actually imitating him. It wasn't just his smile but his tone of speech and even a few commonly used phrases. Bai Ruoyao was stunned for a while before laughing. Wang Yingui gave him a detailed description of Mr. B's height and body shape. If he really knew what Mr. B looked like, he would draw Mr. B's face and hold it in front of Bai Ruoyao. Once they finished saying everything, Bai Ruoyao was already smiling and turning away. Wang Yingui and Old Miao thought he was sparing them and felt relieved. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyao asked, "What assembly instance? Was his name Zhao and where is he?" "In Shanghai." It was an assembly instance in Shanghai. Bai Ruoyao touched his lips. Then, what was his name? Wang Yingui and Old Miao made a mistake. They deliberately didn't remember Mr. A and Mr. B's name and the Black Tower didn't broadcast it again, so they weren't clear who Mr. A and Mr. B were. But they knew that the name Zhao wasn't present and one of the players was Fu Wenduo. He is Fu Wenduo. One of them was Fu Wenduo. Bai Ruoyao's eyes narrowed. He isn't Fu Wenduo. What is the other name? Old Miao spoke, He doesn't seem to be surnamed Zhao. I think his surname was Tang. The rest of his name, I can't remember. Bai Ruoyao smiled and swept a gaze over the 2 people again, causing them to fall with fright. Bai Ruoyao's eyes were as sharp as a knife as he stared at them. It was unknown how long he watched before he turned away. His laughter was like a nightmare, haunting Wang Yingui and Old Miao's minds and making it hard for them to breathe. They seemed to hear someone laughing and saying, "It wasn't Zhao Zhao. It was Tang Tang." Wang Yingui and Old Miao were paralyzed on the ground, soaked with sweat. Finally that we survived. The Nanjing Strategy Group's base, Nanjing. This was a food processing plant with a wide area. Tang Yimo walked through the packaging area of the factory and saw many boxes piled up on the ground. The boxes all had famous food brands that he had heard of. Tang Yimo glanced lightly and roughly got a map of the factory. He followed Xiao Jitong and Fu Wenduo into the factory. The huge factory was empty. Once the 5 people walked to the innermost part of the factory, Tang Yimo heard someone talking. There was a ping-pong sound and a young girl rolled down the stairs of the factory. Regardless of whether her body hurt or not, she quickly got up and grabbed Xiao Qiao. If you are injured, quickly show it to teacher. Ah, a wound. A big wound. She kept speaking in a distressed manner. Xiao Qiao muttered impatiently, I'm not hurt, but he honestly let the young girl examine him. After a while, the young girl discovered Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. She looked curiously at the two of them. Tang Mo introduced himself. I am Tang Mo. The young girl nodded and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's voice was calm. I am Fu Wenduo. The young girl's eyes widened to the maximum. Fu Wenduo. She turned to her captain in shock. Xiao Jitong smiled. Yes, that is Fu Wenduo. For the first time, Tang Mo realized how famous his teammate was in China. On the way, Xiao Jitong stated that there were 7 members in the Nanjing Strategy Group. Besides him, Ningning and Xiao Qiao, there was also a logistics person, this young girl, called Xiao Wei. The other 3 members were always clearing instances and they rarely returned to the base. Fu Wensheng wasn't a member of the Nanjing Strategy Group. He was part of the Nanjing Group. If the Nanjing Group was the most powerful organization in Nanjing, then the Nanjing Strategy Group was a knife hired by the Nanjing Group. They were the vanguard army, walking in front of the Nanjing Group to find clues and avoid risks. The Strategy Group is in the most danger. There were very few young and strong players. Fu Wensheng was one of them and Xiao Qiao was another. They were around the same age, with Fu Wensheng being older than Xiao Qiao. It was understandable that he had a good relationship with Xiao Qiao. Xiao Jitong explained, the Nanjing Strategy Group is too dangerous, so we generally don't accept children like Fu Wensheng. Of course, he wouldn't be happy to join as well. If he could go to the Nanjing Group, then why go to the Nanjing Strategy Group? The Strategy Group's average strength was much higher than the Nanjing Group, but the risk of death was much larger. Tang Mo asked, what about Xiao Qiao? Xiao Qiao was younger than Fu Wensheng. Xiao Jitong smiled. Xiao Qiao was an accident. His ability is very important and very practical. In addition, his last family member is in our group and he wants to stay with Xiao Wei. Tang Mo didn't ask anything else about other people's private affairs. On the other side, Xiao Qiao still didn't believe that Fu Wenduo was really related to Fu Wensheng. This child was very clever, but he was naive when it came to interpersonal communication. He said, Fu Wensheng always told me that he didn't know Fu Wenduo. How could you be related? Did he lie to me? Everyone understood why Fu Wensheng concealed his relationship with Fu Wenduo. Xiao Wei patiently explained to Xiao Qiao while Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo slowly walked away. Xiao Jitong said he would call Fu Wensheng over. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo headed to an empty part of the factory and took out the small chicken's nest from their pocket. Tang Mo looked at the effect of the prop. Prop. My chicken nest, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Excellent, level 3, attack. None, function. A space storage device that can store 3 inanimate items. Restrictions. Can't store props. Note. In the spring, I planted an egg in the chicken nest and in the autumn, I can harvest a group of eggs. The author has something to say. Shi Huiyao. People can imitate my face and my smile, but they aren't me. I am a pure and clean youth. Tang Tang. Nonsense. Old Fu. Hashtag today I am also preparing something to hit Fu Wensheng hashtag Xiao Fu. Brother QAQ. Chapter 88 You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online Chapter 88 Chapter 88 Tang Mo took in a tight breath when he saw the function of the chicken nest prop. Then he calmed down once he saw that he couldn't store props. He looked over at Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo discovered that Fu Wen Duo figured out more about the chicken nest than him and asked, "What is the function?" The two of them were teammates and would naturally share the information of the items they obtained. Fu Wen Duo said, "It can store 4 inanimate items apart from props." It was discovered that everyone's chicken nest wasn't the same. "You?" Tang Mo nodded. "Sure enough. I can only store 3 items. In the supermarket, I saw that Xiao Jitong's nest is smaller than mine. Your chicken nest is bigger than mine. It can store 4 things while I can only store 3. Xiao Jitong and Ningning have smaller chicken nests and might have fewer stored items. Our props are the same but the item level is different. There are high and low levels. Therefore, the number of items that can be stored is different." Fu Wen Duo leaned against the wall and looked down at Tang Mo. "Props can't be stored, so the function of this chicken nest is greatly reduced. But its note is interesting." Upon hearing this, Tang Mo carefully looked at the note for the chicken nest. "In the spring, I planted an egg in the chicken nest, and in the autumn, I can harvest a group of eggs." Tang Mo read this sentence twice before looking up at Fu Wen Duo, shocked once he understood the meaning. "You mean, the items in this nest can multiply?" Fu Wen's lips curved. "It doesn't mention this in the function, but there are generally 2 types of black tower notes. The first type is useless and is pure ridicule. For example, the remark for the magic boots that we got from the iron shoemaker has no meaning. Second, there are notes that seem to imply something. For example, the note on the turkey egg." Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. "I don't know the note for the turkey egg." The matter was long known by Fu Wen Duo. When he and Tang Mo just met, Tang Mo kept trying to get information about the use of Momo from him. Fu Wen Duo was keenly aware of this and hid the information. If it wasn't for the use of the turkey egg that required both of them to operate it at the same time, Fu Wen Duo might not contact Tang Mo ever again and Tang Mo wouldn't know the use of the egg. Fu Wen Duo wanted to tell Tang Mo the remark on the turkey egg only to stop speaking. Tang Mo was waiting to hear Fu Wen's words. Once the other person suddenly stopped, he looked curiously at Fu Wen Duo. "What is it?" Fu Wen Duo. Prop. Momo. Remark. As a Chinese person in a new era, what is Momo? Do you have a B point in your heart? What is Momo? Fu Wen Duo had been in the army for nearly a decade and actually knew the answer. He originally wanted to say that the turkey egg's note gave them a hint. This turkey egg had more than one owner. It was like a chat software and required 2 masters to interact and open the archiving function at the same time, in order to operate correctly. But he ended up not saying this. What was the B point in their hearts? Fu Wen's expression was very agitated at this time. Tang Mo looked at him and felt there was something strange. It was rare for him to be so helpless, and Mr. Fu said calmly, "Momo's note told me that this turkey egg doesn't have only one master. At that time, I didn't expect to have such magical props and I didn't think in this direction. But the note was meaningful and could even be said to play a decisive role in the use of the turkey egg." Tang Mo looked at Fu Wen Duo and didn't get involved any further in this issue. Since the remark of the props might be a description of the props function, Tang Mo said, "Then we will put something in to see if it can be duplicated. This thing is still very important. For example, you can store many bullets or some things that are important and shouldn't be taken away." 4 months ago, Tang Mo encountered a stowaway with unlimited bullets at the middle school. In fact, his bullets weren't infinite, but he had a very large number. This stowaway was killed by the little fatty and Tang Mo couldn't get his ability. The checkmate ability consumed Tang Mo's health and he couldn't use many bullets at once. However, Fu Wen Duo could use this prop to store his bullets. In addition, Tang Mo had a thought. How big are the items that can be stored? The 2 people bowed their heads and looked at the palm-sized mini chicken nest in the palm of their hands. Without further ado, Tang Yamo walked to the depths of the factory and found an abandoned broken table. He held the table in one hand, gently lifted it up and placed it on the chicken nest. The next second, there was a dazzling white flash of light. Once Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo opened their eyes again, the broken table disappeared. Tang Yamo said, "This chicken nest doesn't look at size when storing things. It can store really large objects." Fu Wenduo nodded slightly. He didn't speak as his eyes stared straight at the chicken nest in Tang Mo's palm. Tang Yamo followed his gaze. He saw that in the small chicken nest, an egg the size of a fingernail appeared. A lone white egg lay in the chicken nest, several lines appearing on the eggshell. Tang Yamo took a closer look as the texture deepened and finally became a small table pattern. Tang Yamo never imagined that there would be an egg in the chicken nest. He wasn't sure about the egg's identity, if it was a table or a real egg. He looked at Fu Wenduo and the two people stared at each other. Tang Yamo slowly turned the chicken nest upside down, wanting to see if the egg would fall to the ground. However, the egg didn't fall. Tang Yamo looked at the chicken nest with surprise. He reached out and tried to take the egg out of the chicken nest. His hand entered normally and it was very easy to take out this egg. The egg emitted a dazzling white light and Tang Yamo put the egg on the ground. A moment later, the egg became a table again. Tang Yamo thought, the items stored in the chicken nest will become eggs. It is unaffected by gravity, won't move without being touched and is similar to being fixed in a chicken nest. Take it out and it will become the same item. Fu Wenduo said, "Put the table in again and I will try and take it out." Tang Yamo nodded. Fu Wenduo grabbed the egg with 3 fingers and tried to forcefully pull it out. After 5 seconds, he withdrew his hand and looked at Tang Yamo, "I can't get this egg. You try taking it from mine." Fu Wenduo put a chair in his chicken nest. Tang Yamo reached in but couldn't take it out. They experimented with various ways of taking out the egg and finally concluded. Only the owner of the prop can take the item out. The way to take it out is limited to the hand. The size of the item stored is unrestricted and the hot and cold temperatures are automatically saved. They studied inside the factory for one night. The next morning, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo calmly walked through the factory and found Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong smiled when he saw them. "Is the chicken nest good?" Tang replied lightly, "It is very useful." "You?" Xiao Jitong laughed. "Good. It is a very practical prop." Neither side spoke about the results of their study on the chicken nest. Tang Yamo came here with Xiao Jitong to find Fu Wensheng. Last night before they separated, Xiao Jitong said that he sent people to contact the Nanjing group and find out where Fu Wensheng was in order to let him come over as soon as possible. Originally, Tang Yamo wanted to say that he and Fu Wenduo could go and there was no need for Fu Wensheng to come over. Xiao Jitong laughed and said, "He will come anyway to give us the reward for the big turkey instance." It turned out to be child labor. Tang Yamo no longer refused. Xiao Jitong said, "According to the time, he should have come over by now. If you wait, he will be here in 1 hour." Tang Yamo nodded lightly. He didn't say anything and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo found that Tang Yamo was watching himself and put his hands in his pocket. He looked at Tang Yamo with ease and smiled, "What is it?" Tang Yamo replied, "Nothing." Why did it feel like it was better off without Fu Wenduo as a big brother? Tang Yamo left these strange thoughts behind. Xiao Jitong soon left the factory with Ningning in order to complete another normal instance. Only Xiao Qiao and Xiao Wei were left in the strategy group's base. Xiao Qiao wasn't fluent in Chinese. He sat to the side and kept fiddling with all types of strange props. Xiao Wei looked timidly at Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo and finally stopped looking at Fu Wenduo's body. Fu Wenduo watched her. Xiao Wei immediately said, I wasn't looking at you. I'll tidy up the report. I'll finish the report. Xiao Qiao shouted, "Teacher, help me look at this prop." Xiao Wei quickly ran to him. Fu Wenduo had a high strength and the achievement of being first to clear the Black Tower's second floor. The attitude of ordinary players towards Fu Wenduo was divided into two types. For example, Xiao Qiao knew who he was and stared at him several times. Finally, he recalled Fu Wenduo's performance against the turkey and decided to ignore him. Then there was Xiao Wei. The strength difference was too big and she didn't dare touch him. Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo were waiting in the factory for an hour when footsteps were heard at the door. Tang Yimou looked curiously while Fu Wenduo was calm, showing no excitement. The footsteps got closer and closer. Once the tall figure appeared at the door, Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow while Tang Yimou asked with surprise, "It isn't Fu Wensheng." The person who came in was a tall and strong man. He was the one who Xiao Jitong arranged to send a message. The Nanjing group was a bit far from here, so a messenger was needed and the two groups wanted to contact each other. This man was a member of the Nanjing group. He said, "I went there a bit late. He has already entered an instance this morning." "Ah, you are the ones looking for Xiao Sheng. Who are you?" Fu Wenduo said, "I am his brother." The big man was surprised. "Xiao Sheng has an older brother." He laughed. "Ha ha ha, are you Fu Wenduo?" Xiao Qiao and Xiao Wei were stunned while Fu Wenduo didn't blink. "I am Fu Wenxian. I am joking." The members of the Nanjing group often like to tease Xiao Sheng about this. His reaction is very funny. Since Captain Xiao doesn't doubt you, then you definitely aren't a bad person. You are also Xian Sheng's family member. He also took Tang Yimou as related to Fu Wensheng and Tang Yimou didn't refute it. There was no need to explain this thing and make things more troublesome. The man said, it might take a few days for him to come back. Do you want to come to the Nanjing group to wait for him? He must return to the base after the instance. Xiao Jitong and Ningning weren't in the base of the strategy group. Xiao Qiao was only 9 years old while Xiao Wei trembled every time she saw Fu Wenduo. Tang Yimou agreed with this man's proposal. They didn't need to stay with the strategy group. They could go to the Nanjing group to wait for Fu Wensheng. Moreover, Tang Yimou wanted to see the powerful player who could suppress all of Nanjing's players and turn Nanjing into a greenhouse. Before leaving, Tang Yimou went to Xiao Qiao and asked, "Do you have a complete map of Nanjing that you can give me?" Xiao Qiao walked to a large box and looked inside for a long time before taking out a huge map. "Here, I'll give it to you." Tang Yimou took the map. Fu Wenduo eyed Tang Yimou and didn't say anything. Soon, the two people left the factory with the man from the Nanjing group. It was the beginning of spring and the weather started to gradually warm. The warm spring breeze blew through the sycamore trees on both sides of Nanjing's road, blowing the landmark sycamore trees. Tang Yimou walked to a crossroad where he saw a middle-aged man with a flustered expression. His body was covered with blood and he turned to run when he saw the Tang Yimou trio. The big man shouted at the sight but then moved on with Fu Wenduo and Tang Yimou. The warm wind blew and the sycamore trees shook. Nanjing was too big and the government on Earth couldn't completely suppress killings. It was even more impossible for the Nanjing group to do this. There must be some nasty things under the surface of Nanjing's peace and tranquility, but it was rare in this city. Tang Yimou looked up at the sky while a low male voice was heard in his ears. "Wait until we reach the place and then look at your egg." Tang Yimou turned to look at Fu Wenduo with surprise. Fu Wenduo looked at him with a deep gaze. He spoke so softly that the big man walking in front couldn't hear it. Tang Yimou nodded. Okay. They wanted to see if the chicken nest could really duplicate items. The three people quickly moved in the direction of the Nanjing group. Meanwhile, in a magnificent narrow corridor. The corridor was paved with beautiful gems, like a starry sky. The gems gathered to form a magnificent river. There was the sound of fighting in the depths of the corridor, with someone speaking dirty words. Then 3 men quickly ran out of the corridor, away from the guards' attack range. The 3 men collapsed on the ground. 2 of the 3 men were blonde foreigners while the remaining one was a middle-aged man with dark eyes. Once the 2 foreign men had rested, the young man raised his hand and said in English, "My hand is hurt. I can't go on like this. David, have you found a way to get out of here?" The foreign man could. David replied, "I don't get it. We've been here for 2 hours and we can't get out of this damn corridor. Oh Pete, if we meet a few more scary guards then we'll die in their hands." The 2 foreign men were silent. The Chinese man sitting on the side gasped for a long time when he suddenly heard no sound. He shook with fear and turned to look at the 2 people. David smiled and spoke in awkward Chinese, "At the next intersection, you will check the path." The middle-aged man's eyes widened, but before he could speak, Pete raised his hand. He gave a hostile smile, "You have stuck with us and now you should do something." What is the word in Chinese? Sacrifice yourself for us, my dear Chinese friend. The middle-aged man's had long lost their focus, like he had been tortured by something for countless years. He first pulled the sleeves of the 2 foreigners, begging them to spare him. After receiving their merciless ridicule, he gradually gave up. He numbly stood up, heading to another intersection with stiff feet. His feet dragged on the ground, almost like he was crawling. Soon, frantic cries came from the hole. There was the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh as well as the man's cry. He kept shouting a name. David listened for a bit and used his slight Chinese proficiency. Shan. Why is he calling out Shan? It means a mountain. Does he like to climb mountains? Ha ha ha, if he survives then he can go to Monster Valley. There are many mountains to climb there. There were 3 roads. They determined that 2 roads were wrong so they would naturally go down the last road. The 2 foreign men rested a moment before standing up, preparing to go to the right side hole that remained. They had taken 2 steps when they heard a sound from the hole that the middle-aged man had entered. The 2 men looked in amazement. They saw the middle-aged man struggling to crawl out of the hole with his hands. His legs were cut and bloody. His face was covered with tears and snot as he shouted "Shan" while climbing out. The Queen of Hearts guards were chasing him and he managed to climb out at the last moment, falling to the ground and at the feet of the 2 foreigners. He grabbed Pete's trousers. "Please, help me. Save me." Pete's eyes shone with surprise. "David, this man actually ran out to give me 10 minutes of rest time. Thank God, how can there be such a kind and merciful person? Then I'll take the 10 minutes for free." David hastily said, "Why are you taking my 10 minutes? However, he wasn't as fast as Pete. Pete pulled out a sharp dagger and pierced the heart of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had long been madly shouting "Shan." Once the dagger penetrated his heart, his eyes widened and blood almost burst from his eyes. After a long time, he seemingly laughed with relief. He laughed as his face fell to the ground, shouting "Shan" with his last breath. Pete removed the dagger and turned away. David scolded him before reluctantly following. Pete was just walking by the body when he stopped. "Wow, this bracelet is good. Is it a specialty of China?" As Pete spoke, he stripped the red agate bracelet from the middle-aged man's hand. He looked at it before putting it around his wrist. "David, it looks good. Do you want to wear it?" David glanced at him coldly. "I just want my 10-minute break." Pete laughed and the 2 of them continued down the path. 10 days later, Nanjing. Tang Mo originally thought that Fu Wensheng would come out of the instance in a few days. He didn't expect to wait for 10 days. During this period of time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo became familiar with several members of the Nanjing group. Fu Wenduo's identity wasn't revealed since Xiao Jitong said not to tell the Nanjing group. Tang Mo and Fu Wen Duo also wouldn't take the initiative to reveal it. Hey, Tang Mo, Fu Wen Xian, we are going to do the 173rd instance. Do you want to come? A tall black man waved to Tang Mo and shouted. Tang Mo didn't answer when a young man standing next to the black man joked. Don't let them. They get the rewards every time they join. I don't want to play games with them anymore. Tang Mo, you and Xiao Xing's brother have eaten all the meat. Can't you leave some broth for us? Tang Mo thought before replying. We just left the instance yesterday, so we will rest today. But perhaps I should go today and save some broth for you. The man laughed. Shut up. Then he pulled his partner and ran, not giving Tang Mo a chance to reply. In fact, Tang Mo didn't want to take back in this instance. He planned to practice his shooting today. Tang Mo's time with the gun wasn't long. He had practiced for a while and could now accurately hit a fixed target. However, some mistakes would appear when shooting a moving target. He couldn't make any mistakes or the checkmate ability wouldn't work and it might cause harm to himself. Tang Mo took Fu Wenduo's handgun, prepared to go to the shooting range. Fu Wenduo asked, do you want me to come with you? Tang Mo's feet stopped and he replied in a decisive tone. No. Fu Wenduo smiled and didn't say anything else. Tang Mo felt that his marksmanship was quite good now, but it depended on who he compared again. He was a lot worse than Fu Wenduo. Comparing himself to Fu Wenduo was like looking for a dead end. He intended to practice himself and not shoot a gun in front of this person. Then he suddenly remembered one thing. By the way, Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng. And you are Fu Wenxian now. Are the names in your family taken from Xian Xingduo Ren? A saying that means equals to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenxian could barely still be heard, but what type of name was Fu Wenren? Would someone really have that name? Tang Mo started to think. Fu Wenduo understood Tang Mo's meaning. No, this is just an accident. Previously, someone once joked about this matter, so I took Fu Wenxian as a pseudonym. I am 14 years older than Fu Wensheng and his name is purely selected in terms of genealogy. It was supported to be my name. Tang Mo made a strange expression. Then how did it become his? My name is from my grandfather. He wanted to retake an island, so he gave this name to me. Tang Mo was stunned and looked up at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo also looked down at him. The two men's eyes met and Fu Wenduo smiled. Aren't you going to practice shooting? Yes. Fu Wenduo moved to the side, making way for Tang Mo. However, Tang Mo had just walked past him when the black man ran back excitedly. Fu Wenxian, your brother has returned. Fu Wenduo was stunned while Tang Mo also turned around with surprise. 10 minutes later. Fu Wensheng followed behind his captain in a depressed mood. This time the instance was an incredible waste of time. It wasn't too difficult, but it took too much time. They entered the instance on February 23 and it was now March 5. In addition, the people in the group seemed to be looking at him. Fu Wensheng raised his head and looked at the tall man walking in front. The honest-looking young man found that Fu Wensheng was watching him and quickly turned his head, pretending that he hadn't been peeking just now. Fu Wensheng spoke in a depressed tone. Captain, why are you looking at me with those type of eyes? Chai Rong was a person who didn't like to lie. He said with a smile, it is nothing. You haven't been back for a long time and we all missed you. Fu Wensheng asked, Captain, you haven't come back in a long time. Why didn't they miss you? They aren't looking at you like this. This type of lie wouldn't even fool Xiao Qiao. Chai Rong was just told by a member that Fu Wensheng's brother had come to find him. It was a great thing. After the Earth went online, everyone wanted to find their relatives and friends. Fu Wensheng was the youngest member of the Nanjing group. He was intelligent and obedient, and his ability was also very strong. They wanted to give this child a surprise and didn't tell him about his brother. Chai Rong didn't reply to Fu Wensheng. Then the young man who had just been teasing Tang Yimo saw him. "Ah, Fu Wensheng. Your name sounds familiar. Do you know a person called Fu Wenduo?" Fu Wensheng. It had been 4 months and they still weren't bored with this joke. As Fu Wensheng walked into the base, he said righteously and eloquently to clear up their relationship. "Fu Wenduo. The bastard that pulled all our Chinese players into the tower attack game. Who knows him? Captain Chai, I'm telling you. Don't let me see him. If I see him, I must tear him into 8 pieces, turn him into meat sauce and put him in." His voice suddenly stopped as the little boy's eyes widened with horror. Fu Wenduo, who had been standing at the door to greet his younger cousin only to be heard that he would be turned into meat sauce, smiled and waved towards Fu Wensheng. Tang Yimo wanted to laugh but he used great effort to hold it in. Fu Wensheng stared stiffly at Fu Wenduo while Fu Wenduo stood at the door and lightly smiled. After watching for a long time, Fu Wensheng left the base and entered again. Under the bright sunlight, this horrible man was still standing at the door. It wasn't an illusion. He was Fu Wenduo. Fu Wensheng. The Nanjing group members hadn't had time to congratulate Fu Wensheng when the child's face became serious and he said, "In fact, Captain Chai, I think that Fu Wenduo is also quite innocent. Captain Xiao even said it. Pulling us Chinese players into the game wasn't his plan, it was the Black Tower." You are wondering why I'm suddenly saying good things about him. No. I am being sincere right now. Fu Wenduo isn't at fault. The author has something to say. Xiao Fu. QAQ, brother, I am your little brother. It still isn't too late to fix this. Tang Tang. I'm just laughing and won't talk. Old Fu. Laughing with his wife, smiley face. Chapter 89. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The story of Fu Wensheng running out the entrance and then running back in was seen by the Nanjing members. Everyone thought he did such a thing because he was too excited to see a relative. Chai Rong patted the child's shoulder and said, "In the future, we won't joke with you about Fu Wenduo. Your brother is here. Congratulations on finding a loved one." Chai Rong laughed. "By the way, can you introduce me to your brother?" The members of the Nanjing group looked at each other with a smile. Several members had just come out of the instance. They watched for a moment before busying themselves with their own affairs. Only a thin young woman followed Chai Rong as they walked with Fu Wensheng towards Fu Wenduo. It was the first time Tang Yimo had seen the legendary captain of the Nanjing group, Chai Rong. He was a tall and young man who wasn't particularly honestly. He had a normal appearance, simple and honest. As Xiao Jitong said, the ground trembled slightly when Chai Rong stepped on the ground due to a powerful and heavy force. Some people's strong power was restrained, such as Fu Wenduo. His power was hidden deep inside and unable to be detected. Chai Rong was different. His ability was a strength enhancement one. It was similar to the bald man who could turn into a bear during the circus instance. Tang Yimo stared at the young captain only to notice a gaze and look down. He saw that Fu Wensheng was looking at Tang Yimo with a complicated expression. The boy was only 12 years old and there wasn't much expression on his face. Seeing Fu Wenduo was already enough to surprise him, but seeing Tang Yimo was completely beyond Fu Wensheng's imagination. He never thought that he would encounter Tang Yimo in his life, and now Tang Yimo stood with Fu Wensheng's super-scary cousin. It was something he couldn't think about. He didn't know if he should be more surprised by Fu Wenduo finding him or Tang Mo's presence. Fu Wensheng thought this and shifted his gaze. "Captain, this isn't my brother but my cousin. He is my cousin." Fu Wensheng's voice reached Fu Wenduo. He tried to give Fu Wenduo a wink as he talked. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow and quickly said to Chai Rong, I am Fu Wenxian. Chai Rong didn't think too much and laughed. Ha, I am the captain of the Nanjing group, Chai Rong. It is rare to find relatives. I will leave the two of you to speak alone. Chai Rong pushed the child over. Fu Wensheng reluctantly walked to Fu Wenduo's side and stood obediently. Chai Rong smiled. Xiao Sheng is embarrassed to see his loved one. Then he turned away with the young woman. Chai Rong didn't show any traces of abnormalities when leaving, but the woman by his side gazed at Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo several times. Chai Rong was relieved when Fu Wensheng admitted that this was his relative. Xiao Jitong gave a guarantee, so things had stabilized by 90%. Now Chai Rong was very happy that Fu Wensheng met his relative. Once they walked away, Tang Mo's line of sight moved from Chai Ronji back to Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng was looking at his cousin helplessly. He found Tang Mo looking at himself and quietly peeked at Tang Mo. Then he shifted his gaze towards Fu Wenduo. After waiting a long time for Fu Wenduo to speak, the child whispered, Brother, how are you here? I thought you were out on a mission. Fu Wenduo looked lightly at his cousin. It was too far for you to turn me into 8 pieces of meat. Fu Wensheng. Looking at the child's expression, Tang Mo suddenly realized how Fu Wenduo bullied his little cousin. It was a bad idea to talk here, so the three of them reached the place where Fu Wensheng had been resting. It was a small room with simple bed furniture. After the Earth went online, the players' quality of life wasn't high and there was no need for too much sleep. They didn't need too much in the place where they rested. Once Fu Wensheng entered the room, he spoke honestly. Many things didn't need to be explained as the three people could guess them. Fu Wensheng was a member of the Nanjing group and had been involved in many instances with his teammates for 4 months. He couldn't conceal his name. His name was very uncommon and Fu Wenduo's name was also uncommon. It was easy for people to associate them. Fu Wenduo's identity was somewhat awkward in China. Everyone knew that pulling players into the game wasn't his wish and that even without him, eventually there would be a player who opened the tower attack game. However, people still felt emotional towards Fu Wenduo. Fu Wensheng saying he didn't know Fu Wenduo was to protect himself. When Fu Wenduo stood in front of Fu Wensheng, he guessed that Fu Wenduo was hiding his identity. That's why when Chai Rong asked for an introduction, Fu Wensheng only said that Fu Wenduo was his cousin and didn't mention his name. A wise person might sense something strange from Fu Wensheng's performance, but most people wouldn't think too much. Tang Mo wondered, who was that woman just now? She was standing with your captain. Fu Wensheng replied, she is a member of the Nanjing group called Xu Yong. Sister Rong is very powerful. She seems to have sensed something about our identity. Tang Mo's tone was certain. Fu Wensheng was surprised. He thought that he had acted perfectly after seeing Fu Wenduo. He whispered, it is possible since Sister Rong is very smart. Still, she probably just feels some doubt and shouldn't guess who brother is. The atmosphere in the room finally eased. The child was still very nervous when he looked at Fu Wenduo while Fu Wenduo was calm. After letting Fu Wensheng watch him for a long time, Fu Wenduo wished and said, what happened to you after the Earth went online? Fu Wensheng gulped and roughly talked about what he experienced in the past 4 months. Nanjing wasn't peaceful at first. 4 months ago, the Black Tower announced that the game had begun and tens of thousands of people disappeared. The surviving players were filled with panic. Just like Shanghai, the people of Nanjing were wary of all strangers and looked for their surviving friends and relatives. Grandpa and grandmother, they were both gone. I heard a noise in the morning and went downstairs to see everyone in the house was gone. I didn't dare go out and stayed in the villa for a few days. Then Fu Wensheng's voice stopped and he couldn't help looking down. I was later pulled by brother into the tower attack game. Chai Rong had a sudden rise 2 weeks after the Earth went online. He gradually set up the Nanjing Group and then the Nanjing Strategy Group formed. Fu Wensheng joined the Nanjing Group after 1 month. He might be young but he was smart and obedient. He often teamed up with Chai Rong to participate in the games and became familiar with the Nanjing Group. I wanted to look for you but I didn't know where you are. Captain Xiao guessed that China District 1 is Beijing but Beijing was too far away. It wasn't good for me to go alone so I stayed here. Brother, you found me this time. Is it because of him? Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo and answered himself. Is it that gem corridor? The child was still as smart as before. Tang Mo smiled. Don't you know that your name makes it easy for people to make an association? Fu Wensheng was surprised. That I tried very hard to dispel that idea. Tang Mo didn't deny it. If Tang Mo didn't know Fu Wenduo, he wouldn't think there was a relationship between Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng. China was really big and this name was rare, but there were still people with the name. The child's matters were finished and it was time for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's experience was known to all Chinese players. He said directly, I went to Shanghai to find something and met my current teammate, Tang Mo. We are going to Beijing now. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything else as he looked down at his cousin. The child's eyes slightly widened when he heard that Fu Wenduo was going to Beijing but he soon calmed down. China District 1 was Beijing but Fu Wenduo was in China District 2 when he cleared the Black Tower's second floor last month. Xiao Jitong speculated that China District 2 was Shanghai. Originally, Fu Wensheng was excited when he heard that his cousin was in Shanghai. The two of them were close to each other so the odds of meeting were greater. But once he saw Fu Wenduo, he understood. Fu Wenduo could go from Beijing to Shanghai and from Shanghai to Nanjing. This meant he had the means to return to Beijing. Beijing was Fu Wenduo's base and he would go back. Fu Wenduo didn't speak and quietly waited for Fu Wensheng's answer. Tang Mo looked at the cousins and walked out of the room, leaving space for Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng to talk. Would he go or not? That was Fu Wenduo's question to Fu Wensheng. Before coming to Nanjing, Fu Wenduo thought Fu Wensheng was alone in Nanjing and definitely wouldn't hesitate to take Fu Wensheng away. However, Fu Wensheng might not necessarily leave if he had his own team. His team was also the strong Nanjing Group. The Nanjing Group was safe and stable. Fu Wensheng seemed to be having a good time here and it wasn't important for Fu Wenduo to take him away. Tang Mo stood outside the door and looked up at the blue sky. He thought about whether he should go to practice shooting or wait for the child's answer. At this time, he suddenly remembered Fu Wensheng's frightened expression and when he said he would turn Fu Wenduo into meat sauce. Surely Fu Wenduo won't hit his cousin. Tang Mo laughed after saying this. After spending a long time in the cozy city of Nanjing, his mood calmed down a lot. Tang Mo was waiting for the results of the two people in the room. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he strode to the end of the corridor, looking at the pentagram made of white light in the sky. At almost the same time, a loud cannon sound came from the west and the sound shook the house. The door opened and Fu Wenduo walked out, quickly heading towards Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo also followed. Once he saw the white star in the sky, he cried out with surprise, something happened. In the Nanjing Group's base, more than 10 players exited the house and looked towards the sky in the west. Chai Rong strode out and saw the shining star. Xiao Jitong. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. Am I the type of person who will hand a whip to old Fu? It was the author who slandered me in the small theater. It's all OOC. Old Fu. Am I the type of person to bully my brother? Tang Tang readers. You really are. Xiao Fu. Hey. You can also join my Discord channel to chat with fellow readers about the novels. Chapter 90. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The sky was getting darker. By 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun was tilting westward. A shining white pentagram appeared in the western sky, blending in with the sunset. Tang Mo stood upstairs and stared closely at the strange pentagram. Downstairs, several members of the Nanjing group had assembled. That is the signal from Captain Zhao's team. Fu Wenqing spoke with horror. Tang Mo turned to look. It was unknown when the boy had ran out. Fu Wenqing explained, previously, there was a player in Nanjing who exchanged a prop for intelligence from the Nanjing group. His prop is that flare. There are a total of 4, 2 of which were given to Captain Xiao so they can contact the Nanjing group in a hurry. It is the first time that Captain Xiao has used the flare since he got it a month ago. Surely he didn't have an accident. Fu Wenduo's voice was calm. He had time to send the flare, indicating that it is something that can be delayed and isn't immediately fatal. In addition, this is Nanjing. Fu Wenqing nodded with reassurance after hearing his older cousin say this. Then Fu Wenqing went downstairs to join his teammates. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo followed behind him. They didn't completely walk over, standing at a distance while looking at the more than 10 Nanjing group members. There were a total of 43 members in the Nanjing group, 26 of which were outside to participate in the instances. The 17 people in front of them were all members of the Nanjing group. Chai Rong said, Xiao Jidong sent a signal, so he is certainly calling us about something. I will take a few people while you stay here. He ordered 10 players to stay where they were while the other 6 went with him to find Xiao Jitong. The young woman standing next to Chai Rong thought for a moment before calmly saying, Captain Xiao can send a signal with the flare. This means it has nothing to do with a Black Tower game and he has encountered something else. It is most likely stowaways. You protect the base while I will go with the captain. We will send something to report back regardless of the situation. Assuming no one comes back, run away quickly. Fu Wenqing was one of the 10 people left behind. His mouth opened and closed as he listened to what they were saying. He asked in a strange manner, we should run. The woman nodded. Stowaways that even the captain can't cope with. It is more realistic for you to run away. The Nanjing group determined their next course of action very quickly. Within a minute, Chai Rong and the players prepared to set out in the direction of the flare. The rest of the players weren't idle. They started to tidy up the useful props in the organization in case there was a strong enemy and they had to run away. Fu Wenqing came back and looked at Fu Wenduo. There may be an incident. 2 months ago, a group of stowaways attacked the base. At that time, we lost more than a dozen members just repelling the stowaways. Big brother, Tang. Fu Wenqing stopped speaking because he didn't know what to call Tang Mo. Finally, he blinked and gave up on a name. I intend to avoid any attention. If Captain Xiao feels that it is very tricky, then it must be troublesome. This is a matter for the Nanjing group. I will avoid it. The implication was that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't belong to the Nanjing group, so they could leave now. Fu Wenqing said this, but his eyes were staring at Fu Wenduo. He looked seriously at his cousin with no doubts in his eyes. Fu Wenduo always bullied Fu Wenqing so that Fu Wenqing was overwhelmed by the name when he grew up. However, Fu Wenduo wasn't a person who ran away. His older cousin was very reliable and responsible. It was impossible for him to leave Fu Wenqing alone, even if Fu Wenduo was unrelated to the Nanjing group. Then Fu Wenqing heard a male voice say, I am going to see. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wenqing turned their heads to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo explained calmly, we've had previous contact with Captain Xiao. The big turkey game could be considered a critical one, but he wasn't too nervous from beginning to end. He is a very calm person and wouldn't release a signal flare for nothing. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenqing. You just said that this is the first time it has been used since he got the prop a month ago. Fu Wenqing was surprised for a moment before nodding. Yes, this is the first time for Captain Xiao. Then it will be interesting. As your captain said, the fact that he can release the flare means he isn't in an instance right now. The tricky situation isn't related to the Black Tower game. I don't think he released the flare because of a stowaway. Fu Wenqing frowned. Perhaps you don't know that Captain Zhao's ability is very practical but his force isn't very high. If he really encounters a serious stowaway, he will manage to find a critical moment to send the flare and call us. Fu Wenduo answered instead of Tang Mo, with his discretion. His ability isn't offensive but he will have a strong self-preservation capability and will never act alone. Fu Wenqing realized. Yes, Captain Xiao would certainly be with Sister Ningning. Sister Ningning is very strong. Only Captain is stronger than her. Then why can't he have Ningning run away to act as messenger? Fu Wenqing had a thought, perhaps it is because even Sister Ningning can't run away. Tang Yamo laughed. Then he wouldn't have time to send the signal flare. An enemy that Ningning couldn't escape from, their strength must be beyond imagination. Instead, it might be more useful to pull the Nanjing group to Xiao Jitong's location instead of going to their base. If Xiao Jitong met a strong stowaway, he would choose to buy time to let Ningning escape and report. The Nanjing group and strategy group will join hands to make a good plan before acting. He wouldn't do such a rash thing without planning. Fu Wenqing thought about Tang Mo's words and didn't refute them anymore. Tang Mo was right. Then Tang Mo said, I will go and see what happened. Under the gradually setting sun, Fu Wenqing understood the facts behind the matter. He looked up and saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo striding out of the Nanjing group's base, heading in the direction of the pentagram. He hastened to follow them. Big brothers, take me along. I also want to see what happened. Fu Wenduo stopped and looked down at Fu Wenqing. Fu Wenqing looked at the tall person who continued walking forward seriously. Fu Wenduo looked at the ground for a moment before his lips curved. Finally, the three of them headed to the place where the flare was fired. There was something Tang Mo didn't say but Fu Wenduo understood his meaning. It was only just that the person who sent the flare was Xiao Jitong, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo wouldn't go over to check. Their curiosity wasn't that big. The real reason was. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the black tower suspended in the sky. Too close. Tang Mo whispered. Fu Wenqing didn't heard it clearly and asked, what did you say? Tang Mo shook his head. It is nothing. Fu Wenqing and Tang Mo weren't very familiar with each other. His expression of Tang Mo was still stuck at the powerful player who unexpectedly defeated the psychopath. He is powerful and unfathomable. Fu Wenqing didn't ask again. Fu Wenduo listened to the words and followed Tang Mo's eyes to the black tower. Xiao Jitong had fired the flare too close to the black tower. The dazzling pentagram was sandwiched between the red sunset and the giant black tower. There was the sunset on its left and the black tower on its right. This position was very subtle, making people think that Xiao Jitong's urgent matter might not be related to the black tower. It was best if there was no relationship. Tang Mo secretly thought in his heart. The Nanjing group's base was a short distance from Xinjiku. After half an hour, the three people successfully arrived under the black tower. Chair Rong was surprised when he saw Fu Wenqing and immediately approached. Xiao Sheng, why are you here? Fu Wenqing replied righteously. I followed my brother. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow at Fu Wenqing. Fu Wenqing subconsciously shrank back but he soon puffed up his chest again. Chai Rong, It is different having a brother. Chai Rong muttered but he couldn't scold Fu Wenqing in front of Fu Wenduo. The center of Xinjiku Square contained a tall statue of Sun Yat. Senator. Above the statue, a dark tower-shaped object floated 100 meters in the sky. Xiao Jitong and Ningning saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo from where they were standing under the black tower. Ningning held the silver bow in her arms while Xiao Jitong looked surprised for a moment before laughing. Mr. Tang, Mr. Fu. Tang Imo walked over and directly asked, "What's the matter? Is it something to do with the Black Tower?" Xiao Jitong didn't wonder how he knew that it was Black Tower related. He took Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo separately. They stood on the road and looked up at the tower. The bright sun shone on the Black Tower and all light was absorbed into the tower. Tang Imo carefully observed the Black Tower. He watched for a long time and was ready to ask a question when his eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, Tang Imo was shocked. "What is that?" Xiao Jitong nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's it." They saw that 3 white light spots had appeared on the Black Tower. The 3 points were too small to be seen without specifically looking for abnormalities. The Black Tower was 100 meters high and the 3 small points were just the size of a human fingernail. If Tang Mo's vision hadn't improved, he would never be able to see these 3 flashing lights. It was like the half ellipses on a computer. From left to right, these small white lights lit up in sequence. They all lit up and then darkened. Then it lit up from the leftmost side and repeated. Tang Imo observed for a moment before looking at Xiao Jitong with a dignified expression. "What is that?" There was no surprise in his solemn tone. The smile on Xiao Jitong's face gradually subsided. "I don't know." What were the 3 spots that constantly lit up on the Black Tower? Nobody knew. However, this was more important than the stowaways. 3 months ago, the Black Tower announced that it would update to the 2.0 version. Since then, there were more reality and assembly instances. Every player must also attack the tower within 3 months. Now the Black Tower was once again abnormal. Tang Imo immediately thought, is it only Nanjing's Black Tower or all Black Towers in the world? Before Tang Imo came to Shanghai, he carefully observed the Black Tower in Shanghai and didn't find such a strange phenomenon. There was a 90% probability that it wasn't present and a 10% probability that he just hadn't found it. Chai Rong said, "I sent people to Zhenjiang to check the situation there since Xiao Jitong also had this question. Everything that could be done was already being done." Everyone stood in the same place and quietly looked at the 3 lights constantly flashing on the Black Tower. "How did you find it?" A low voice was suddenly heard. Xiao Jitong turned to look at the person. He saw it was Fu Wenduo and smiled after a moment. "It is a coincidence. It's because of me." Everyone turned to look at Ningning. Ningning had been silently standing to the side throughout the discussion. She hugged herself and spoke coldly, "Every time I survive a Black Tower game, I will come here to look at the Black Tower. Captain Xiao came with me. This time, the instance we cleared was very close to here, so I didn't return to the base and came here directly. I looked at it very carefully and saw these 3 lights. When was the last time you came to see the Black Tower?" Tang Imo suddenly asked. Ningning was a bit stunned. "Around 10 days ago. Once we cleared the big turkey game, I came here to look at it around noon." "When you came to see it 10 days ago, you didn't see the 3 points?" "No." BL.net Tang Imo asked, "Are you sure you weren't mistaken?" Ningning was certain. "I didn't see wrongly. I will always sit here for an hour before leaving." Tang Imo noticed something wrong and looked at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong shook his head with a smile and Tang Imo didn't ask anymore. Everyone had their own hobby. Just like Tang Imo liked to hit the stone monument below the Black Tower when he was angry with it, Ningning liked to sit here and watch the Black Tower. Things suddenly fell into a deadlock. "We don't know when these 3 points first appeared or if it is only in Nanjing," Xiao Jitong stated. "However, there is no doubt that these points are unusual. Chai Rong, station people around this area and don't let others enter for the moment." Chai Rong nodded. Tang Imo said, "These 3 points hadn't appeared 10 days ago. It means that on February 23rd, the 3 light points." The sun slowly set and the sky darkened. Once the sun sank to the horizon, the three small flashes of light gradually became clearer. It was still hard to find, but it wasn't completely invisible. Tang Yamo exclaimed, "Look for people. We might be able to determine when these 3 points appeared." Chai Rong was shocked, "Look for people." Xiao Jitong understood Tang Mo's meaning. "Yes, look for people. These 3 light points are hard to spot during the day, but it becomes easier to see them at night. Chai Rong, go and find someone. Find players who live near here. Nanjing is different from other cities and the lives of players are relatively stable. There must be players living in the same place without changing. We can ask them if they saw these 3 points and when they saw them. This way, we can know when these lights specifically appeared." Without further ado, Chai Rong hurriedly arranged the members of the Nanjing group to find players living near the Black Tower. As Xiao Jitong said, this method wasn't feasible in other cities. Right now, the world's players were frightened and they only moved to find food and water. Nanjing was different. Players generally liked to gather around the bases of large organizations because there was more security. An example was that many reserves stayed at the large shopping mall where attack was based. Nanjing was a city that was too stable. Players didn't need to find a large organization to rely on and could directly find a place to settle. The Nanjing group was very famous in Nanjing. After half an hour, they found more than 20 players living in the vicinity of the Black Tower. Xiao Jitong explained things in a simple manner and they shook their heads, saying that they never see the 3 flashing lights. They didn't look that carefully. 10 minutes later, Ningning brought back a 14-year-old girl. The girl was very short and she was afraid and curious when she saw the Nanjing group members. Once Ningning told her the identities of Chai Rong and Xiao Jitong, her eyes brightened and she said, "Are you Captain Chai and Captain Xiao?" "I saw it." Xiao Jitong asked, "When did you see it?" The middle school student remembered. 9 days ago, just before I entered the number 279 instance. The night before I entered the instance, I was looking at the Black Tower and saw a bright spot. It flashed on the Black Tower, but I'm not sure if it was 3 dots. I live in a community building a bit far away. The hope that filled the crowd burst. Xiao Jitong pulled the girl aside and carefully asked what she saw in detail. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo moved away from the Black Tower. The 3 points were near the top of the Black Tower, so Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo found the highest office building nearby and headed to the rooftop, standing in a closer position to observe the Black Tower. Tang Yamo had seen a total of 3 Black Towers. They were the Black Towers in Suzhou, Shanghai and Nanjing. Every Black Tower looked the same from the outside. Tang Yamo got a strange feeling in his heart as he looked at the Black Tower. It was like he had returned to 4 months ago. In the 6 months before the Earth went online, he sat at the window of the library countless times and would watch the Black Tower after finishing his work. At that time, the Black Tower was still a phantom that was unable to be touched. Now it weighed heavily on the earth and 3 tiny spots of light were constantly flashing at the spire. Tang Yamo set his mind and said, "There is a 70% possibility that the girl didn't read wrong. She is an ordinary reserve and would be thinking about how to live, not looking at the Black Tower. But she is the only one who said she saw the lights on the Black Tower. Ningning didn't see it in the afternoon 10 days ago. The little girl looked at the tower at night 10 days ago and saw these 3 points." Tang Yamo uttered a date. February 23. Tang Yamo frowned as he pondered what was so special about this day. At this time, Fu Wenduo whispered, "The Earth was online for 100 days. Tang Yamo was stunned and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo responded lightly, "On November 15th, the Earth went online. February 23rd is exactly 100 days. Tang Yamo was enlightened. Yes, February 23rd. This was 100 days after the Black Tower announced that the Earth was online. He was sure that if there was something special about that day, this should be it. However, Is there a special game for the 100 days? Tang Yamo looked at Fu Wenduo. On Christmas, there was a special instance. But the Black Tower didn't show any reaction to the New Year or the Spring Festival. Assuming that the 3 light points are really related to 100 days since the Earth went online, 10 days have passed. 10 days. Why is it 10 days? 10 days passed without the Black Tower reacting. Fu Wenduo looked down at Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo looked back at him, wanting to hear the answer. After a long time, Fu Wenduo just smiled and didn't reply. Tang Yamo asked, Fu Wenduo. I don't know. Tang Yamo, He felt like a teacher eagerly staring at his student in class, waiting for the student to give an answer. He didn't expect the student to say bluntly, I don't know. Fu Wenduo spoke like there was no problem, but Tang Yamo just felt strange. He had been with this person for a long time and always felt that this person knew everything. On most issues, Fu Wenduo was able to give an alternative answer. Tang Mo's way of thinking was generally more neat, orderly and based on logic. Fu Wenduo was different. He could always think of unexpected things. This type of opened-up-minded thinking was extremely aggressive, sharp and impactful. Therefore, he and Fu Wenduo had a tacit understanding. The two of them could complement each other, taking into account what the other person couldn't think of. It was like him and Victor. When playing bridge, the two people had different styles. Tang Yamo was more orthodox while Victor was more treacherous. The two people cooperating made up for every shortcoming. Tang Yamo remembered the name and his heart was slightly moved. Tang Yamo. His name was suddenly called out, causing Tang Yamo to shake his head and put aside the strange feeling. He said, perhaps Xiao Jitong already thought about the connection between February 23rd and the Earth being online 100 days. Let's go and exchange information with him. We can discuss what these 3 points are. What happened? His voice abruptly stopped. It was because Fu Wenduo reached out from behind and grabbed Tang Mo's face. Tang Yamo was stunned when hot palms touched his face and his breathing stopped. At this moment, he felt Fu Wenduo let go. It was as if he was giving way. Tang Mo's spirit returned. What's the matter? Fu Wenduo's eyes were staring behind Fu Wenduo. Tang Yamo noticed something was wrong. He wanted to turn around and look at the situation, but Fu Wenduo's hand was already on his shoulder. One hand touched Tang Mo's right side face and the other was on his shoulder, his 2 hands forcing Tang Mo's body to turn. It stopped. The sky was dark and cold wind blew from the distance over the roof. Fu Wenduo's voice was heard in Tang Mo's ears, causing his heart to thump. Tang Yamo immediately looked in the direction that Fu Wenduo placed his body and was stunned when he saw it closely. It stopped. Below the Black Tower, Ningning stood up and said coldly, it stopped. Xiao Jitong had been asking the middle school student questions. He heard this and quickly looked at Ningning. Then he ran to the square at the fastest speed, looking up at the 3 white spots. He saw that at the top of the Black Tower, the 3 white spots were no longer flashing. The white dots were fixed on the Black Tower, no longer beating. Tang Mo's heart filled with a sense of danger as his eyes swept across to the distant bell tower. On the clock, the hour hand was at the 6th position and the minute hand was almost at 12. It was 17.59. Hurry and leave Nanjing. Tang Yamo shouted. There was an inexplicable outpouring of thoughts in his mind and he didn't know why he suddenly thought this. He just felt that his judgment was right. This was Chen Shanshan's super-intellectual thinking ability. Every time he judged one thing, there was a 10% probability of being right. Fu Wenduo released his hands and intended to ask the reason. However, he saw Tang Mo's solemn look and didn't ask. Okay. Tang Yamo immediately turned to run downstairs but Fu Wenduo pulled his hand. Let's go directly. Tang Yamo looked at him in dismay. Fu Wenduo soon grabbed his waist, almost carrying him by the shoulder. Before Tang Mo could react, Fu Wenduo jumped off the building away from the Black Tower. Tang Mo was stunned by this action of jumping through the air. By the time he recovered and was preparing to break away, a child's voice filled the sky of Nanjing. At the same time, this voice was also heard over the land of China. The boy hummed a familiar melody. He didn't sing the lyrics, but Tang Mo knew what it was. The painter. It was the melody of the painter. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo landed on the roof of a building not far away, staring at the giant black tower. He saw that lights were constantly flashing on the black tower, like small stars. The lights weren't very dazzling, but they made people feel strange, especially when combing with the boys singing. The cold breeze blows, and Tang Mo clenched his fingers. After the painter finished, the white lights stopped. Ding dong. On March 5, 2019, China's District 10 has opened the extra instance, the last person's garbage cleaning game. The rules of the game: first, from 18.00 on March 5 to 6.00 on March 6, 2018, all players who set foot into China District 6, China District 49, China District 194, China District 1002 are considered to be players in the game and will participate in the game. Second, the game time is 18 o'clock to 6 o'clock the next day. The game locations are the above 10 districts. Third, a number of rabbit heads will appear every other hour. Kill a rabbit head and get a badge. Fourth, there are 11 garbage disposal stations in China District 6, 5 garbage disposal stations in China District 49, 6 garbage disposal stations in China District 1002. 5. Put your surprise into the garbage disposal station and you can clear the game. 6th, each player can only enter the garbage disposal station once. 7th, players who clear the game can rest. For the next 6 months, they only need to attack the tower once. The losers will immediately enter the tower attack game and the difficulty is set on hard mode. 9th, announcing the list of 10 districts. China District 6, China District 49, China District. China District 1002. Ding dong. Forgive the Black Tower. I'm not targeting anyone. I mean, everyone in the above 10 districts are garbage. The author has something to say. The world's first person to clear the Black Tower's first floor and second floor, Stowaway, Old Fu, and the first to clear the Black Tower attack game in hard mode, official player, Tang Tang. That I have a MMP in my heart that I can't say. TL. MMP seems to be slang for swearing, Black Tower. Spicy chicken. You are all spicy chickens. Carrot. Spicy chicken equals trash. You can also join my Discord channel to chat with fellow readers about the novels.